want to go live. And we'll click here. Okay, this will be a continuation of the creative mode gameplay. And then we want to go here. And there it is right there. Alright, so now we need to get back over here and push play. Huh, I wonder why it shows that Discord, the overlay while playing. Okay, we'll be doing Big Den. Now, we've already made quite a bit of progress. I had a person, a recent friend, and he just got all carried away. Alright. Oh, what's going on here? How come it went back to... Well, I'll be darned, it won't do it. It's like there's something wrong with it. Huh. I wonder why it won't do it. Well, what if I use a join? No, I'd have to have the address, wouldn't I? Well, they were telling me that the music was a little too loud last time, so I'm going to turn this down just a wee bit more. Let's go to 30 on that. And master volume, we'll try that at 40 again. And then we'll go ahead and apply. But it's not going to let me play. No, it's just not going to let me do it. Well, okay, in that case, we'll just have to get rid of it, I guess. Alright, so we'll do the new game thing. Since these are standard games and this is relax mode. And we'll go here. Standard number 2. Let's see, we'll go with yeah, let's go with Big Den again. And we'll go to... Oh, what's this? They're not letting me change that. We want to go to creative mode. Well, look at that. They won't even let me go to humble. Huh. A higher value will increase occurrence of weather events. A lower value will reduce it. Well, I'll just leave it on default. I don't want to really change anything. But they're going to make me go back to Prime. They're not giving me an option to go to. No, we're right back to that again. Landing site. Dying sequence. Drop some items, lose all items. Deletion of save file. Oh man. Let's leave it on no consequence. But how come they won't let me go to humble? Huh. Ice plains random. Well, random might be interesting. Let's do random. Warning, custom game settings can alter your game experience and produce unexpected results. Oh, so there might be some glitches, though. Okay. But they won't let me change to humble. Well, that's disappointing, since I've done that before. Is it the name, maybe? Let's go with Daddy. Whoops. Daddy Din. Now let's see if that makes a difference. No, it doesn't make a difference. Well, that is disappointing. Very disappointing. Okay, we'll go ahead and do it this way, I guess. Yeah, I've deleted it. Oh, maybe that's what it was. In order to pick up where I had to go, I had to leave the old game up, but I've already deleted it, so I guess I don't have a choice now. Okay, we'll go with Prime.
Emergency. Correct your trajectory. Imminent impact. Imminent impact.
I guess it's a good way as any to introduce how things there are different. Alright, there it goes. Okay, now they still got the same things they want you to do, but notice that we're in a different location. We're way, what would it be? I would say north, because if we go way back that way, we could eventually get to the original default site. But notice I've got unlimited oxygen, I don't get thirsty, and I don't get hungry. Now I still have to come over here. Oh, that's not working either. Well, we might as well transfer everything over. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. Alright, so if I want that one, I just click on it. And if I want this, see, I can just go ahead and make everything right now. I don't have to harvest anything. Oh, inventory's full. Okay, so I first have to construction menu filter. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Alright, I gotta put some stuff back in here. There we go. Now what I really should do is I should start with the backpack. And since we've got, of course at this point that's actually kind of something that's not necessary for me to do. So we'll left click. Uh-oh. I can't put everything in there, can I? Oh, that option's not here yet, is it? No, it sure isn't. Well, I don't get hungry or anything, so I guess trying to carry this stuff around doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. In creative mode, you don't have to worry about much of anything. You don't even have to worry about harvesting. Okay, now I want the other mode. So I'll tell you what, we'll do like we would normally do, and we'll start construction. Notice I could go ahead and start construction without harvesting anything. So we'll put this up long enough to get our improvements. That looks about right. Let's take a look here. Yeah, that looks about right. I want a slight overhang in the front. And then like I normally do, I put stairs there. Of course I could put stairs on the side, but we'll just put them in the front right now. Let's see, if I'm going to put them in the front, I got to rotate this. There we go. And we're no longer worried about running out of oxygen or anything. But we do have to construct stuff like we normally would for terraforming the planet. And I always point it this way, away from the door, so the door doesn't open while I'm messing with it. Alright, now I need the backpack improvement. Now we don't have to go through these different stages. We just go straight to the T4. Okay, then we go like we normally do. But see, I don't have anywhere to put it. So this doesn't matter. And that gives us our extra. Now we can put all these other things back in here. And we can organize them. So we look at here and we look to see what's the best we can do. Well, this would be the best. Notice that it normally requires solar quartz. And we just go straight in. Well, let's double check. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh, they're going to make me do the other ones because I've only got a standard one that you start with. They won't let that one transfer over. Okay, so that's something that's a little different. All right, so I got it. Oh no, I've got that one. So I need to do this one, right? Yeah. Well, we'll find out here if it'll transfer. Let's go back into our... Okay, so it transferred already. And this is a T3, so I should be able to... it's not working. Well, I guess you better not build these out of sequence, because if it won't take it, you'll end up with double. Alright, let's try to get to the T3. That's the T2. There's the T3. Whoops, I need to go back over here. Alright, so now we're up to T3. Now we got this one that's kind of excessive to our needs. I'll just drop it. It'll lay right there on the floor. Alright, so with that in mind, construction filter. Well, I wonder if that's what's messing me up here. Because this one changes your menu options. So let's take this out of here. Alright, that might be part of the problem. Okay, now we did get the T3, didn't we? Yeah, we jumped up to the T3 deconstruction. So we've got that base covered. And we're up to T3 torch now. So now we need to do the oxygen tanks. What does it show for? Oh, shows T1, okay. So now we'll go to T2. Make sure it transferred over. It did. Now we'll go to T3. Whoops. There it is. Okay, and it upgraded. Yep, okay, so we're normal there. We definitely want to do this. And then we want to go to 2. And then we want to go to 3. And then we want to go to 4. Alright, so now what? We do want to be able to pin the blueprint. And this one gives us the map. Now keep in mind we haven't sent up any satellites or anything. So I think what we have right now is a T1, right? Yep, the T1. So we'll do the 2, then we'll go to 3. Oh, it didn't transfer that one over yet, or this one over, or this one over, because we didn't have an original one to start with. Okay. And I'm not going to transfer this one over until much later. Alright, let's see. We haven't done this one yet. So now I need to transfer it over. That gives me the T1. So now I want to go to T2 and T3. And what other improvement? See, we do have this one with the... Let's double check on that. Yeah, okay, we're cool. We've gone as far as we can with this device. Is there anything we overlooked? No, I don't think so. I think we've got everything we can. So now what we want to do is we want to extend it. And remember, we don't have to harvest anything, we just build. Now the next thing we want is this right here. Whoops, to go this way with it. And remember, all this is just going to be temporary, because we want to upgrade everything. So we've got a T3, right? Yep, T3. So now we want to go T4, T5, T6, and T7. And if we check, whoops, it should show us with T7, and we'll go ahead and organize it. Alright, so now what do we want to improve? I wonder if it'll let me have this. Yep, it will. But it's probably going to be, yeah, that's what I thought. It's going to be over there. If it's the first time, then its chances are it's going to be over there. So now we want to go to T4. Double check here. We've got a T3. Yep. Alright, so T4. And then T5. And that's pretty much it. Now if you want to produce, see, it just lets you produce it. And it automatically goes into, it doesn't really matter. It goes into your inventory. So, anything you might want, and keep in mind now, you don't really need much. So, we want to go ahead and do our rockets. Now, it might let me just go straight into T1. But it'll probably be, yeah, that's what I thought. I got to transfer it over. So T1. So now we go into T2. Yep, working like we thought. So T3, T4, T5. And technically we're just going through the motions. Uh-oh, I hit the same one twice, didn't I? Yeah, I sure did. I did it twice. I was trying to do this one and I missed. Alright, organize it. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put this over here now. And organize it. And see if it'll let me jump right up to the better menu items. I don't think I left anything I was supposed to do. We do have a T5, which usually require these rather than this. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so it went ahead and allowed me to jump right up there to the T5. So the only thing we've got left over now is here. And should I go ahead and just drop it down in here, add it to this one right here, since it's something I really don't need? Oh, it actually looks like, instead of being a chip, it's got, actually looks like a filter. Okay. Now, I think we've got everything out of here that's useful to us right now. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Alright, now I got a sneaking suspicion I have to undo everything first. And just to make sure that... Wait a minute, what's it doing? Huh. It's not picking it up. Ah, that time it did. Alright, now before we do anything else, oh, I see what it did. It took out the foundation. Alright, so let's go ahead and take it all. We stripped it down. Now if we look at our inventory, you see what it did? The chip I was trying to pick up, and it was taking out the foundations. But notice I've only got one. I should have at least 3 here because we did 2 foundations and we also did a stairs. But see there? Things are a little bit different. The only thing it gave me credit for, as far as the raw materials go, was what you need to make the door, the entrance. Alright, so make sure we're organized there. Yep. Now, it's not going to let me transfer these, are they? Well, not that one, but it did let me add the other one. Huh. Okay, so we got 2 filters. Now, will it let me take this down? Storage crate. Oh, I gotta take the storage crate out first. And I can't do that because it's got stuff in it. Okay. Now maybe we can do this. No, it won't let me. It's probably because it says, hey, wait, you don't have a shelter or anything. So it's not really programmed to do that. Well, here's our crash site. We probably should clean it up first. And what I don't know is if this area will fill with water. Now I would expect it to fill with water down there, but not necessarily up here once we get the terraforming done far enough. So let's see, what's the biggest we can go? We can go a 3x3, and it does not show us being able to do the mega dome. So I guess that means I have to first terraform prime, then go to a moon that allows the mega dome. Alright, so we'll put down a foundation, and let's see, it's kind of get towards the center of this area and go a little bit higher. We don't have too much in the way of obstacles here, you know, small rock formations and stuff. So we'll do what we did before. We'll do the stairs now. Gotta turn it the right way. Get it to, there it goes, linked up. And then I want to put in one more foundation. There we go. Then I want to put in the biggest one I can, 3x3. It won't let me put the 3x3 in. I wonder if it's because it's like the other stuff where you have to go through the process during the first one, then the second one, and the third one. Okay, so let's try that. Now since I've got jetpacks, I'm gonna go ahead and use that to my advantage. Alright, how'd that look? Well, there is a slight space there, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do any better than that. Alright, so now let's see about putting in a 2x2. Yep, it'll let me put a 2x2 in. Now let's see about the 3x3. We'll put it over here on this, if I can fit it in there. Let's see if we can fit that in there. No, I gotta move it back some, don't I? No, I think the wall's in the way. But I could put one in now. It's just I can't be touching anything, rocks or shuttle or anything like that. Well, it'll let me put it on top or out front like that. And it's high enough. So what I'd have to do is I'd have to take these stairs out. Okay, it's a roundabout way of doing it, but we got it done. Alright, so now let's get our foundation in. Okay, right there. But there's gonna be a little bit of a gap in there. Yeah, there is. I wonder if I could actually fix that. Let's go back to the 3x3. A little more forward. How about if I go back a little bit? No, I gotta stay right there. Now, how's the gap look? Looks like the same gap to me. Alright, so let's go ahead and go with that. Do like we've been doing. And then put this out front. There we go. And it looks pretty centered, doesn't it? I'm looking at right there and right there where those seams are. See, we're right above it. We're off just a slight bit, but I don't think we can do better than that. In the past, I've had trouble getting those, what I would call perfect. Now that looks pretty good to me. So we got our big 3x3 in. And since we have to play the game more or less in a normal fashion, except for the harvesting part. So let's see, that would go right there. So that way when I'm working with this, the door's not hanging open. Because if I face it this way, see what happens? Get too close to the door, it automatically opens up. Alright, now there's not going to be any improvements here. We've got all of these. And, whoops, turn a light out there. The next thing that you would normally build is this one right here, so that you can upgrade like we've already shown. So I'll just put it, well, no, I like the idea of keeping things centered up. Now we've already done all of this, so there's no reason to do it again. Alright, now I always recommend you doing your storage and your auto crafting outside. So that's what we'll do. Now we'll hold down the control key for just a second, then we'll move forward and we'll put down another one. And ooh, that was a close fit, wasn't it? Oh, wait a minute, we need to back over a little bit. Okay, hold down the control key for just a second, like so. That way we don't have to go back to the menu each time and find what it is we want to do, since it's a repeat. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Now, of course, you know, if you've played the game any at all, you really don't have to put all these foundations in. But I like to do that. Okay, I don't think I can go any further than that. We've got plenty of clearance, so I could go ahead and put all these in. Now, if I had done this a lot taller, I could have done like some players do, and they've put in kind of like an escape hatch at the bottom here. I don't know if you heard that sound or not, but that means somebody I played with before is available. Of course, right now, unless they send me a message and come in and tell me they want to play, I'll just go ahead and do this as single mode. Since the basic idea here is we're teaching you all the basic things that you want to do when you first start the game, but you hate doing all that harvesting. Alright, let's get back in here and do some more of these. And let's go this way a little bit more. And let's see, we're not cutting ourselves off. No, we got a path. So we'll go through here. Now, the foundation kind of breaks the rules where some things you simply cannot build into the rock. But the foundation is one exception. Now, it looks like to me we actually missed the rock. So that's going to turn out to be kind of a nice little detail. Now, I'll cancel it with the... Now, we'll go down and then we'll let go. Notice how the foundations are above the ground? See, the game doesn't care if these foundations float. So you could come all the way down here. Well, I'm going to pick this up first. And you can continue doing the same thing and just extend it as far as you want. Now this comes in handy when you're in certain spots. Like you might be over a spot that will turn into a lake or a stream or something later. And you don't want to actually build down into the stream or the lake, into the water. You want to stay above it. And you want to stay above it enough to where you can put stuff under it. So I wouldn't bother putting down the second link. Now I probably would go ahead for appearance sake and go ahead and put in this one right here. That looks right. Yeah, that looks right. But I wouldn't go any further out than this. Just for appearance sake. Because I really don't need to put these in here if I don't want to. Alright, we'll right click and cancel the operation. Now we could squeeze another one right in there, but I think that looks good enough. Now I'm betting that in time this is going to fill in with water. And of course we're going to be able to do a lot more than we normally could do. Because, well, we've got a wreck. I guess that's a wreck, isn't it? Well, it really doesn't look like a wreck, a spaceship wreck. It looks like more like a mining camp or something that got abandoned. Well, anyway, there's stuff in there, but I should remind you that since we're not looking for resources, we don't actually have to go in there and strip that wreck out. Alright, now, will it let me? No, it will not. It will not let me strip this out. So that's one thing that's a little different in creative mode. I cannot strip this out like I normally would be able to. Alright, let's see here. Do I want to go any further over? Yeah, I think I do. Primarily because we're going to do some auto crafting. Now see how it sinks into the rock? no longer sinking into the rock like we were. Now they won't let us do that one because we've got stairs there, but we can go over a little bit more. Right offhand, see, I don't know why I would. See how it keeps sinking into the rock? Now I don't see any reason to do that. I might want to continue this way, but let's go ahead and start our storage. Alright, now I'm not going to put another building over here, even though I could, except that rock might prevent me from putting in another 2x2. Let's try it. Yeah, see, it'll connect and everything like it's supposed to, but the rock's in the way. The foundation is one of the few things that can basically ignore the fact that there's rocks there. So at this point, we might want to consider putting another 3x3 in. Like this, because then we can put these on top of it if we want to. Of course, we could start putting them on there now, but I'm going to go ahead and put this on there now. Now I want it to be centered up. I think that's centered up, isn't it? Yeah, that looks good. Now you can keep doing this for quite a ways. You go pretty high indeed. Now you see that fancy rock formation? Let me call that your attention. That's leading you to the fact that there's something here to harvest. And if you happen to come in from this direction, it's doing the same thing. Now you notice you got your chest around here, but we really don't have a need to take anything out of here because we have unlimited resource in creative mode. And now if you're playing a normal game, you'd be looking for those fancy rocks. See, there's another one. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to point you over to the fact that there's something you can pillage. See there? And there's another one. And there's another one. And I think that's pretty much it. We just had a bombardment, but we don't have to actually pick anything up. Now these also point you towards stuff, so depending on which way you come through them. See, there's another one of those fancy stones. See, here's another archway. And what they're trying to do is to get you to go through the archway. And they're pointing you towards something, but it looks like we have to go this way. Look for the one that's kind of broken. That'll tell you that's the one you want, that's the direction you want to go through the archways. Oh yeah, that's right. These are going to pop up whenever we come across one because we have Warden Key Detector. See, creative mode opens up everything. And of course we would collect those if we want to play the normal game. Well anyway, we went through the broken one, so we know we're going in the right direction. There's another broken one. So where's the other broken? Ah, here we go. Now I have a hard time thinking of these as crashed spaceships. I have a tendency to think of them more as, see, it can be destroyed with explosives, so we're forced, if we want to go through there, even though it's unnecessary, if we want to go through there, we have to make explosives. Now, we could go ahead and do that now if we decide we want to go in there and look around for some reason. Since in the normal game you would, because you're trying to loot all the goodies that are in there so that you could make more progress by constructing more terraforming machines. Alright, so now of course we come up to a dead end. So that's just kind of giving you another hint that you need to go the other way. So let's go through here. get back to our established camp. And of course these help, these fancy stacked up rocks, they kind of help us know which way to go. See there? Of course it's also, like I was saying before, it's trying to get you to know that there's something back here to find. But you'll find unusual rock formations and stuff. But that is one thing that's different. We cannot, it seems like we cannot remove this. Yep, we're stuck. We have to accept it. Now remember, I landed in a different place because I chose a different site. Now if we want to get upstairs, we have to provide an access. Either a door on the outside or one of these on the inside. And again, I want to point it inward, so as I approach, it doesn't automatically open the door. Now here we go. Now if we had another layer added, then we'd probably add another one of these right there. Well, I'll go ahead and do it now anyway. That'll give us roof access. There we go. And there we go. Now we can leave that there and add another one of these 3x3s right here. Got a little bit of a storm blowing through, don't we? I'm not hearing too much in the way of sounds, am I? Game sounds, game music? No, I'm not. So I'll tell you what, let's hit the escape key for a second, go to options, go to audio, and let's turn this up a little bit, see if that makes a difference. How about 50? What does that do for us? And then we'll save it and we will resume. I'm still not hearing anything. Well, darn. I'm not hearing anything. Oh, wait a minute. I am, but it's a very, very low. That might be because of the broadcasting software. I had somebody say that the music was too loud, so I turned it down through the broadcasting software. All right, let's continue the process. Now, what we could do is see, we cannot make explosives this way. So we have to have another building, don't we? Whoops. We have to have, is it the biolab? Yeah. I gotta have the biolab so I can make explosives. So what I want to do is I want to shoot up here and I want to attach the biolab off of the second level so that the shuttle that we crashed in on, come on, I want you to attach down here. No, well, no, I want to do, there we go. That's better, much better. I want to keep your things squared up because I may want to attach another something right in here around the 2x2 size. And now we're attached to the biolab. And oh well, it's gonna make me go all the way around to get to the crafting side. Let's see, we can do explosives right there. Now keep in mind that normally you would have to have 2 explosive powder and 1 circuit board, but now we can craft anything and everything that I normally have done in a prior game. So now let's take our explosives and demonstrate that. Oh, I went the wrong, no I didn't. Yeah, I did because I wanted to show the how you use explosives in the game. So it was this way, wasn't it? All right, there's the archway. And there's the dead end side, so we want to go through the broken arch and find that wreck. They call them all wrecks instead of abandoned camps or mining camps or something like that. Oh, that's right, I haven't put any power out, have I? All right, so oops, we missed. Gotta go this way. Hmm. Do I gotta fly over all this stuff to get up there? Well, I know you're down in here somewhere. Where'd you go? Oh, here we go. Here we go. We didn't go far enough over. All right, to use explosives, you want to get towards the top. You want to point down, and what you're trying to do is you're trying to catch your explosive right here in this little crevice. Otherwise, it'll go out there and it might not open the entrance as well as it should. Then you want to go here. Now, you don't want to use that one. You see where it says right click to use? So you got to move your cursor up here, right click. It'll throw it down. And then you got to get your right here to where it says trigger, then left click. Then you got a countdown. Then you get away, it explodes, and if you get a good placement, it removes all of the obstacles. Now you could go in here and pillage anything and everything you want to. Of course, like I was saying before, since we're in creative mode, none of this is really necessary. I've got the best lamp I could have. Now normally I would go ahead and I would take that until anything and everything I can find in here, like these blueprints. But the microchips basically let you unlock another ability. Well, in creative mode, everything is already unlocked, so going in here is really, entertaining maybe, but it's not necessary. All right, so let's go back to our place and start getting serious about power. And then we have to do heat to melt all the ice and snow. And notice that we're not collecting ice in order to have water to drink because we don't get thirsty. We're not even collecting oxygen bottles, so we don't die from a lack of oxygen because we have infinite oxygen. All right, so there's our starting point, alternate starting point. All right, so let's see. To play the game normal, the first thing you want to do is you want to start crafting your heat, your power. Now, normally you'd have to start off with something like this, the wind turbine, and then when you get this unlocked, that's what you would need to build one of those. And it gives you 6.5 kilowatts per second. The first one only gives you 1.2 kilowatts per second. See there where it says energy at the bottom of the pop-up window? And then when you get this unlocked, you get 19.5. Now that becomes important because every time you create another power source or you put in one of these, any of this kind of stuff, they all require energy. And we'll start with the first drill. The first drill is 0.5 per second. So what you would have to do is you'd have to have one of these for two of those. See how that works? 0.5. Two of those would be 1, and this would give you 1.2. So you'd have a 0.2 extra kilowatt to work with. But if you unlock this one, you see it's minus 5 kilowatts per second. So this one, you'd have to have one of these for just about every one of these that you install. And if you upgrade to this one, you'd have to have quite a few of those. You see where it takes 8.5, and this one only provides 6.5. So you'd have to upgrade to one of these. And with one of these, you could put in, see, that'd be what, 16, 17? Yeah, you'd almost need one of those for each one of these that you put in, because 8.5 plus 8.5 gives you 17 kilowatts per second, and this is only going to provide 19.5. So there's a slight bit of leftover, but not much. Okay, so since we're in creative mode, we could just jump up to the biggest and the best kilowatt generator the game offers. See, I don't have any more. This is it right there, and it gives me 1,485 kilowatts per second. So naturally, I'd want to just jump right up here. And since I can't get rid of this escape pod, I'm assuming that's what it is. No, it's, oh, let's go back one. No, the other way. There we go. So we'll get it in there just as close as we can. Now, usually by this time you have already installed your control center. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the control center, yeah, I'll leave it downstairs, I think. So we hit the old 0 or O key, and we start putting in our screens. Now this is our basic terraforming screen, telling us what our progress is. And I usually try to stick it right about here. Yeah, that looks pretty tight. There we go. Now we don't have any terraforming score right now. We have a big fat 0. And of course, even though we've got unlimited oxygen, it's showing a big fat 0 because we haven't done the necessary construction of all the machines that provide oxygen. Oh, let's see. No, I need to go the other way with it. There we go. Then we squeeze that in there just as tight as we can, keeping everything centered with a very small gap between. Now this is our current situation. We're on a barren, big rock of a planet. Well, yeah, it's prime, so that's considered to be a planet. And this is what we're looking for: blue sky. That's our first major upgrade. But the next stage requires something. Now, how many terraforming points does it require? Well, right now it's not telling us. Now, the only other big screen we have is this one, biomass screen. So what I'm looking to see is, can I squeeze it in here? Made it. We don't have any plants, insects, or animals created and placed on the map yet, so we got a big fat goose egg for biomass. But there we go. We managed to squeeze in, but keep in mind we're in a 3x3. We couldn't squeeze those 3 right next door to each other like that if we were in a smaller. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to put in either this desk style, but since I've played all the way through this game, all the way through Humble and everything, I've also got these other options I've opened up, and I happen to like this one. Now normally you would probably think, well, first of all I want to turn it around, and I'd put it right there. Well, actually that's a bad idea, because the small screens that we're going to put on top there, they're going to block our view, so we have to change and put them over here. We got to be flat. No, that turned yellow, so that's about as tight as we can get it. And since I know I'm going to need more than one, I'll just go ahead and Get another one set up here. Hold down the control key for a second and put in a third one. That should do me. Okay, the first thing I want to do now is I want to start messing with these, starting with these screens and also that one. But remember, these don't unlock normally until you've made progress in the game. Usually the first one you're going to put down is this one, so that when you have a chance to open up blueprints you can. Let's turn off our flashlight there. And can you see that there's like a little square up there? So what I usually try to do is I try to get everything centered to that square. And you see the pedestal, the part that's below the screen? I try to get it to where it's just barely touching the blue of that little oblong. See how it, now I could set it slightly back more, but that seems to be a guide. They're kind of providing you a reference. Now the next thing I need is, of course, is how much energy I got. And then it's the same thing again. I try to square it up with that, what would you call that, a loop or an oblong or something? So everything is pretty well centered. So you get 2 per these things, and they're not in the way. Not really. Now if you have trouble seeing the word biomass or animals, then you can always either change your viewpoint to the side or something. Otherwise you'd want to leave a pretty good size space there. About half of one of these. So you wouldn't put this one where it starts right there and goes over to here. That little bit of space would prevent interference. Okay, now the next screen that normally opens up for you is this one right here. But you need an antenna before you'll actually be able to read those messages. And I could get up here like so and do it this way. Technically I'm standing on top of the desk. See there? Okay, now then my next screen that would probably open up of the small ones is likely this one, mapping screen. Okay, so then we want to move it over to about like so. That looks pretty squared up. Now that's not going to show me anything because I haven't sent off any rockets yet. And this is not going to show me anything because I haven't put the antenna up. Looks more like a radar dish, but anyway. Now this one will show me something because I do have one power supply installed. Remember when we installed this right here? Nuclear fusion generator. That's the best one I can install. And this one, it'll tell you all the things that you have not unlocked yet. And it'll tell you what you need for score. See, I have to bring this terraforming score up to 300 before that opens up. And that's a T2 backpack. Well, as you saw the game when we're playing creative mode, I'm all the way up to, what am I up to in the backpack? I'm already up to T7. See, I've got all these maxed out right now. That's the maximum I can have. Okay, well anyway, this is what you're normally going to play for in the game. You get your oxygen score up high enough, this unlocks. Then of course it goes all the way across. And as you can see, there's quite a few things there. And this is the last thing of that oxygen generation, which takes a while. By then you're probably getting close to the end of the game. You've got all of your terraforming done. Heat. Now normally oxygen, heat, and pressure, that's what you're going to do in sequence. So every time you add a machine, the first one will be oxygen, the second one will be heat, and the third one will be pressure. And that's what we're going to be demonstrating after we get this part done. Alright, so now let's get down here, back down to the screens. And the next small screen I would want would be this one. That'll be unlocked before this one over here does. And we'll get in here like we did before. There it goes. It will accept me, and that looks pretty square. And then the last one that's small is this one. You can tell there's the difference between the small ones and the large ones because the small ones have these little stems on them. You see what I mean? So you can see they got a little stem right there. So that tells you can attach them to the floor, or you get if you're inside one of the living compartments. And these big ones, they don't have a stem. So you know those are wall mounted. Now this one here is a sign where you can label something. They're kind of big, but I guess they figured they need to be bigger. I was thinking they could be about 30, maybe even 40% smaller and still be readable, but not from a long distance. So let's make one just to show you what the deal is. Now this is headquarters, so we want to put a sign up there, and we'll put it right above the door. We'll use the little seam right there with the little two dots suggesting screws or a bolt or something. We'll put it right there. See, that's a pretty big sign. And then we'll type in head. Oops, we gotta be close enough to where. There it goes. So now we click. Let's left click with the mouse. Head. Uh-oh. I gotta change it. Turn the caps off. Head quarters. That's very military. Well, I guess that makes sense. I would put that up there, wouldn't it? Well, anyway, that's usually, you can see are some pretty big signs. Now, if I do one on the inside here next to these, see, it'll let me put it in there, and in fact, we can hide it. It doesn't really attach, but we can put it on the wall. So if I wanted to label these, I could label each one of these. I'll just do this one for example. Right about there would be a good place for it. And of course this one is going to give us messages if we get close enough to go messages. There we go. And like I said before, we can't do that until we get an antenna installed. And the antenna looks like right there. Communication antenna. There's the resources you would normally have to have first. And we can put this not inside, but just about anywhere we want to outside. Down low, down up high. The game just doesn't care. Now this, if we were going to center it, we'd have to be far enough away. Look for the center of the structure, or maybe this one. Let's see, and we have to be far enough away to where it allows to install it. And that looks pretty centered, doesn't it? Well, not quite perfect, but pretty close to it. Alright, now let's go back downstairs. Now when we go here and we look at messages, we've got messages to read. We've only got one right now. And it's telling us that we chose this sentence. We have been committed of a crime worthy of death. And if we successfully terraform the planet, they will commute the extradite the sentence, and all charges will be dropped. You must fully terraform the planet first, and the sensors will periodically scan your progress and send you the required blueprints. Now, there's a lot of blueprints they will not send to you, And I could kind of show that if I go over here. See, there's a ton of blueprints, and they will send you about half of these. And that's why you have to go. Oh dear. It's still. Oh, finally, we got to the end. And the other one's the interplanetary travel rocket. That's how we get off of this planet and we get to the moon. But by the time you get to that stage, this is going to be basically fully terraformed. It's one of the last few things that opens up. So then you can continue playing. Instead of leaving the planet by one of three ways, you choose to make the interplanetary rocket and go to the moon and terraform the moon. And there's two of them. One of them is a water world. And let's see, can I show that now? Yeah, I can. Alright, this is where we are now, Prime. This one here is this moon right up there. And this one, Aqualis, is, I don't know if that's like a Spanish word for water, or maybe it's Greek. I'm not sure. But this is it's got like Saturn rings around it. That's your water world. Now Hubble, I don't think it shows it on the map, but it's probably this one right here. Even though it's kind of close to the sun. But Hubble is just like these others. It's got lots and lots of ice and stuff. But it's also got a lot of structures, big, gigantic domes that you have to get into. And there's certain requirements. Either key cards or, some other way of getting into those domes. But of course you gotta melt the ice first. Just like we've got to melt the ice here first. Now remember, you won't be able to do everything I'm showing right here until it's unlocked. Right now, since I'm on this particular mode of gameplay, everything is unlocked. Now, the next thing we want to focus on, like I was telling you, you want to do it in sequence. Oxygen, remember? Well, let me go back in there. You want to do oxygen first, then you want to do your heat, and then you want to do the pressure. And you need to do these in sequence if at all possible. Now the first thing you're going to be able to do when it unlocks is this right here. It starts out unlocked. And then this one will unlock the T2. So this is what you would start with. And you would probably want to come over to maybe right here and put one in. Get it as tight as you can. Now, did you see what you need for the T1 veggie tube? Whoops, let me get back over there. You gotta have one iron, one ice, and one magnesium in your inventory if you're playing the standard game. And the only thing that goes in there, we'll get it close. You see that little symbol right there? The only thing that goes in there is going to look like a flower. It's going to say seed, plant seed. And it shows you a little budding plant. Got the first two leaves. In gardening, that's considered to be healthy. You plant your seed, and then you come back in a few days to a week, and you see these two leaves popped out. I think sometimes they call those primary leaves. That tells you the plant is probably going to do okay in the soil that it's been planted on. Now after a while you'll get the other one to unlock, this one. And this one is slightly better. Now to try to show this, look at the first one. It takes 0.35 kilowatts. The growth speed is 0.5. And of course we don't have anything in there, so it shows the growth of 0. If we did have something in there, which we would have to find first. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I've got something I can stick in there. See there? It's got that little symbol right there at the bottom of that pop-up window. The same little two-leaf on a short stem. Now you see it starts off at 30%. And eventually it'll grow all the way up to the top of that light tube, and it'll be 100%. Now if we put one over here, see what the growth speed is? It's got a full growth speed of 1. So instead of being 0.5 and taking longer to grow to 100%, it'll do it twice as fast. But notice that the oxygen this supplies is 0.15 per second, whereas this one is 1.25 kilowatts, and it doesn't really tell you too much about the oxygen that it provides. Of course, we have to have something in there. So I'll tell you what, we'll take it out of here and we'll put it in here. So now we're up to 1.20 per second in oxygen supply. Now later on in the game, let's take it out of here too, so we can show the next stage. These go outside. And I don't think I'm going to expand this any further over this way, so I could do this demonstration. The next one is right here. So we would put it in probably about like so. Then we'd put the plant in there so we get all the information. Now it'll give you 13 per second, a full 13. But it does cost more energy, 7.25. The speed though is 5, so it's 5 times faster in the growth cycle to reach 100%. So what do you think? Did I give you probably all the information you want and then some? Alright, so now as far as the oxygen goes, you do have to wait for these to unlock. So our next focus would be the drill. And of course this one is the first one. So we'll put it right over here next to this rock. Can't go too much. Alright. Oh, what happened? It actually moved the rock back? Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Alright, so if we look at it, it says it provides 0.20 pressure release of gases per second. It costs 0.5 kilowatts, and that's everything is in per second. So now let's do the next one. We'll pretend this one is unlocked for us. So we'll put it right next to this one. As well, let's try this again. Wow, you can actually go all the way inside. Huh, wasn't expecting that. Alright, so for comparison, this one provides more heat, 0.10 per second. The pressure is 0.15 per second, but it needs 5 kilowatts. It takes away 5, a minus 5. So what we would normally do, of course, is we would, if we have the resources, get rid of that one and put in more of these. But the next one is a little bit bigger. So we'll put it, that's good enough for demonstration purposes. Drilling into the rock. Okay, so remember these are pressure releasers, so it's going to provide a little more heat, and it's going to release 17 per second, and it's going to require 8.5 for each one of these that you install. Let's see, I'm going to go and put the small one back in there again, the first one, because you're going to be putting these down quite a few of them. When you first get in the game, you wouldn't have tried to put down 6 of these, but you may only start with 1 at a time because we haven't done the next thing yet. We've already bumped this up. The next thing we gotta do is heat. Now you can't put these outside, they have to go inside. So you're gonna be crunched for space. Because remember, you're not going to be able to build a big old 3x3 like I just did. And you're going to want to build one of these. Then you want to go back outside, build another tube. Of course, at first you're going to be limited. You're going to put these tubes on the inside. They won't let you put them on the outside. So you want to build one of these, a drill, one of those, and then build another one of these, another first level drill, and another first level heat exchanger, and back and forth. And as you're doing this, you're going to trigger storms, and some of those storms are going to be making a lot of noise because they're dropping meteorites, and that's how the game replenishes and aims for your avatar. At first they always miss your avatar and anything that you construct, and later on it seems like they start to zero in on your avatar. So if you're outside, you're going to be a legitimate target. It might even hit some of your structures, but you'll notice no damage. And you might be scratching your head, well, how come I didn't take no damage? Now your avatar will take damage. Now you see that one that's coming in kind of hot and fast, and it had that like little symbol showing? That's a special. Let's see, can I get over there to that? Was it this one? That's not the special, because the special one will give you some quartz. So let's see, where'd it go? Oh dear, that's not going to help. We can't find anything in here. Well, we'll try. We'll get down in there. If you come across this and it won't go away, no matter how good the planet is, then that means, see, there's what your specials deliver. Super alloy, and the other thing is the quartz. But anyway, that's how they hide stuff from you. The other thing is, of course, you want to melt all this ice, and that's where your heaters become very important to you. Now, as the game progresses, these super alloys are going to be important to you, so you're going to have to go out and collect them. At first, you're going to have to collect them by hand, because you can't really do a T2 mining or extractor. I was kind of hoping I could show you the quartz, but I guess I can't. But they usually come in by themselves, and there's only one of them, and it has that little like starburst that shows up as it's coming in, and it usually doesn't crash down to the ground quite so fast. Okay, so you understand the sequence. You put in an oxygen, then you put in a pressure, which has to go outside, then you put in a heater, which has to go inside, and you do that until you get at least 6 to 8 of each of these machines. And then when you get to these that unlock, unless you've been exploring the map quite a bit and getting stuff out of the wrecks, maybe I should demonstrate that, since there's one right here. Blue boxes, there's also a gold box. These are what you're after. Now you're also after these minerals, but for this demonstration I don't need to really collect those since I'm playing. Then you go in here and you're gonna need a light. You want to get real close to these and see if they offer you any chance, but I've got to change my, there we go. Every so often you'll see it'll give you a deconstruct option, but normally you can't actually deconstruct it. See there, deconstruct storage crate that's in there? there's something inside. See, that's why until I can get inside here, I can't get anything out. Now I have a backpack, so I could fly up here, but you would have to walk up here. And then you'd have to walk across like so. And you see the crate right there? I would get, you know, more stuff out of there. Water would be, all these are necessary if you want to do the heaters. These become necessary after you've made some progress in the game. All the new machines, the upgraded machines, will require aluminum. And then after aluminum will come the machines that require super alloy. Now you have to remember how you got in here because you want to get back out, right? And then also you got these different spacesuits that you get. You can't disassemble the locker, but you can use the space suits. Alright, so let's climb back up here. And you want to climb around. See, there's another something that you could take out. Now, what did we get in our inventory when we did that? I don't see anything. Anything that I didn't already have in there, that is. But that's probably because we're on creative mode. Now see, some of these beams they won't let you take out because they figure, well, you're going to need these, so they're not going to let you take them out. But that's how we got in and out. Getting in and out is a little tricky. Now later on when you get flares, which takes a while to be able to make those, then you're going to be interested in marking how to get in and out. But now I could put, whoops, let's rotate our mouse wheel so we're not trying to remove something or deconstruct something. Now I could go ahead and demonstrate. I'll go with these since they're only 150%. And since we got two of them, this one here is 200%, so it's a slight improvement. See how it gives a name for the seed, and it tells you it's an oxygen multiplier. It gives you a bump or a bonus of 200%, and it's got that plant symbol there, 2 leaves on a short stem. That gives you a clue of what you should install it in. Okay, so we showed you the first few levels. Now as we go up, hey there Mr. Teds, how you doing there, buddy? Okay, the next thing we want to go when it opens up or unlocks was this one here. Now it's quite a bit bigger. It requires quite a bit more power. I'm really surprised it's let me go that far into the rock, but we'll take it. And to give you a demonstration, we'll get up as close as we can. And we will try to... I'm not getting the pop-up window. Oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, it produces a plus 25 heat per second. It provides 459 per second on pressure, releasing gases from the planet, basically what it's doing. And it needs a minus 45.5 kilowatts per second. And like I said before, everything is in per second. Now notice that when it comes to the oxygen supplier, we can't go any higher. We're kind of stuck. And I probably should also demonstrate the fact that if I go in here, I've got an option. No, that's the map. It's this one. So I need to take that out of there, because that way you'll see more options. See, it was taking this one away. It wasn't even allowing it to be seen anymore. If I put it back in, it's going to take away all these first ones. Let me stick it back over there. what it does is it reduces your menu. See there? It removed the first one, removed the first one again. It moved actually two of them. The, what would you call it, windmill? It took it away, and also took away the short one. So that's something you don't want to load up yet, because it's taking away some of our first level options. And since I'm doing a demonstration on what you want to do during a normal game at the first level, then I don't want this in my inventory. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see everything. See there? Put the windmill back, put the short one back, put this one back, put that one back. See how that works? Okay. All right. Now, you say, well, what can I do about getting oxygen? Because surely they don't want me to have to build like 120 of these things and find all I can find out of ships and blue boxes or gold boxes. That's true. So what you would want to do is you want to install another building. And if I can, I'm going to, looks like I got a good position here. I'm going to try to install it right here. The other building that you want to install is right here. They call it a biodome. Perfect place to grow plants and generate O2. So this is something you do pretty early in the game. So you want to do that as soon as possible. Now, let's see. Rotate it. Oh no, I can't stick it in there. Yeah, because this other structure is getting in the way. So let's go back here. Rotate it. There we go. And let's bring it all the way to the end. There we go. It's a big round building, and it will interfere with the other square buildings that you're trying to put in. But see, you got a little, see that little plant symbol down there, two leaves and a stem, short stem? It comes with a double stack of those what they call it, Lerma, I think they call it Lerma. Let's double check here, since we've got one right here. Lerma, yeah, it's got a double stack of those. Now what I normally do with something like that comes in is I start building this type right here. I start building those inside there. Now, do I have any plants? Well, I've got the one. So I could demonstrate. And we connect it to the second. Would change your video title to Den Tips and Guides. Oh, that's kind of a good idea. But we are playing on a different mode than most people experiment with. And that is creative. Okay, this is the one that we could stick in here. And we could stick it right there. We could stick it on the pads and then put some in between. But what I normally do is I stick it right like so. That way I could hold down the control key and I could get more of them in here. See what I mean? Then I could do the same thing on the other side here. And if I have enough plants, I could go ahead and stick them in there. Of course, now you have to find these. You can't grow them. You have to find them. And then, of course, it has the same growth speed of 1 as the other one that we have in the main headquarters building. And it'll slowly get up to 100%. And when it does, of course, it'll provide a little bit more oxygen. But also notice that we've got a 1200% stuck on the end, which did not happen. I gotta get back downstairs to show that. See, this is the same thing. See there? It's only got 150%. Now, if you look at the plant itself, That's the 150%. That's where it comes from. I think I might have read that other one wrong, didn't I? So let's get, oops, let's get back over here. Take a look. Did I read that wrong? See, that one's 200%. Yeah, I did. I read that wrong. It's not 1200, it's 200. That tells you what the boost is for the plant that you have in there. The other thing I also do is I like, after I got plenty of those going, well, let's just go ahead and do it since it's not going to cost me anything to do this. We'll hold down the control key for a second. Now sometimes I'll put one right here in the corner and also in the other corner up here. And then the rest of the space, which would be in here, over here, and over here, and here, I would put the worms in there. Now this won't unlock for a while, so, but just to give you a demonstration, these are your silk generators so that you can make fabric. And notice that they have an arrow in them, so you want to kind of get this one in there nice and tight. Hold down your control key, put another one in, and you might want to adjust how that arrow is pointing with the R key or the T like in Tom key. And this really helps you save space so that you're not gobbling up all your living quarter space. Boy, that's real touchy, isn't it? And you might be surprised how many of these you can get in here this way. But of course you'll have to do one at a time as you have the resources you need, because you got to make silkworms too. I think I could get one more in here. No, maybe not. That pipe is in the way, I guess. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got, ooh, that's a lot of silkworms. Now these are going to become important to me a little bit later. Now, it looks like, if you're like me sometimes, I like things to be spaced as equally as possible. So I would reclaim everything, go back to my silkworm, and I would say, okay, well, how much space can I utilize with this operation to get them as evenly placed as possible? I don't know, is that being a perfectionist or what? Yeah, I don't know, maybe there's a name for it, where you're trying to keep everything as symmetrical and even as possible. Let's see, how did I do? Oops, go this way. Alright, let's cancel that with a right click on the mouse. Yeah, see, that looks pretty evenly spaced out, doesn't it? See, that to me looks more pleasing. Now, I don't think I could stack these, but you know, I don't remember ever trying to. No, see, he would be poking outside. Same thing if I tried to stack these right here. I don't think the game will allow me to stack them like they show right there. Let's try it right here in the center. No, it doesn't look like they'll let me stack them. Well, anyway, we'll go ahead and take this one out, because there are optimizers, which is your maximum booster, but of course you have to have the fuses for those, but we'll get into all that. Alright, so I'm trying to, as best I can, stick with early game progress. Alright, so now we've got those done. Alright, so we're going to figure that your terraforming score has been making some serious progress. Well, let's see. What does ours show? We have to look at this one. Oh, we we went pretty high on the pressure, and as you can see, it's really ticking off pretty fast. And we've already got to oh man, we've went past a lot of stuff pretty fast here while I'm doing this demonstration. Maybe I shouldn't have put in so many of those heat pressure, because those things are really doing the number. Okay, now let's look at our power. How are we doing on power? We still have quite a bit, but then we haven't put in a lot of these heat exchangers. So let's focus on heat exchangers now. This is the first one you make. This is the second one you make. And then you could do this one. And this one is quite a bit bigger. Oh, well. Come on, quit playing with me there. I like to keep things centered. This is your next one. There we go. Now, if we get close enough, it tells us that it'll do plus 28 on the heat, 0.5 per second. The pressure, it also adds, it's not much, it's 0.5 per second, but it requires 17.5 energy. See there? Now the next one in that series would be this one. But notice I cannot put it inside, it's too big. So let's go outside. And let's see. It's not very flat right there, is it? Well, I'm betting this is going to fill in with water, so I don't want to put it down there. So I'll tell you what, we'll start right here. So the next one we would be installing would be this one. But it has to go outside. And they let me put it inside that rock a little bit. Okay, now when we get up to this one and it unlocks, it will do a plus 538.00 per second in heat. So, I don't know, PK, what does that mean? I wonder what that would be in Fahrenheit, because that'd be pretty darn hot. Okay, pressure, it also adds to pressure 0.35.5 per second. So it kind of helps out with what those machines over there do. But look at the energy, 51.5 kilowatts. So if we did that very much, we would probably start getting short on energy, even though this one here is putting out 1,485 kilowatts. And everything, of course, is in seconds. Alright, so now the next biggest one I could make, and on this planet it doesn't go any bigger than this. But you see what you need? Yeah, it's not cheap. You gotta have all those rods and that explosive powder. So it's not something you're gonna do right away. Alright, let's see if we can get far enough away. There we go. And that's about as close as we can get it. Now this big monster, it does 4,530 heat per second. It also adds plus 280 on the pressure, but it'll cost you 365.5 kilowatts per second. Everything is in per second. Now, by the time you get to making one of those, because it's real heavy on the resources. See, each time you upgrade, you need a little more. Sometimes it's something, same thing, or stuff that's a little bit harder to come by. See what I mean? Now, the other thing you're going to want, well, geez, where do I get this iron and silicon is just laying around? But this iridium, is that how you said it? Iridium, I think that's how you said it. Where do you find that? Well, there's caves you can find it, and sometimes when you see those meteorites crash to the ground, you'll get some. And there's also rockets that you can launch. But we haven't talked about that at all. Oh wow, we've already progressed to another stage. Alright, what stage are we in now? Yep, see, we've already got rain. Man, that is really scooting around there, isn't it? We're getting into liquid water. And not too long from now, we're going to start seeing water collect in the low spots. But look at those numbers. Holy Toledo. They are clicking off like crazy. Our terraform score is really making progress. See, we're going through the stages real fast. Primarily because we're doing all these things here that you can't do till later on in the game. See, I've done not matter what mode you are in, algorithm it will like better and get more views. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. That will depend on what planet you start, as there is no cave. Yeah, that's true. That's true. In fact, I probably should go right here. He's talking about right here. Now, this planet, it has, I wouldn't call them caves, even though they're kind of like a cave. I call them animal shelters because that's where you find your animals later. Now, Aquilus, yeah, there's cave structures, and there's just not very many. And remember that this one here is the one with the Saturn rings on it. And this one over here is this one up here. And this is your prime planet. Now this should be Humble, but for some reason the game is not listing Humble. It shows the spot for it. Now I have bought that and I've played through it. But also notice down here they have another system of achievements. But this is called a system score. So they're talking about this one right here. So we're out here on Prime, so we don't have anything going on in these two yet. We could right away, but we need to terraform this one first. And then we want to build a rocket that has a little escape pod on top of it and takes us to these. And maybe once we get these terraformed, Humble will show up right there, even though it's not showing right now. Let's see, so this is where I started. Oh, well that's a little different. Starting up here on this moon. I think that's pronounced Selena, but I'm not real sure. Selena sounds kind of Spanish, doesn't it? But the people that put this game together are French. It's a husband and wife team. I don't know if they have a third person helping him with the programming or not. I suspect they might, or they maybe pay somebody to help them if they get into a situation in their game programming that's not working out quite right. But anyway, you've got another score system, but you have to be terraforming these two before that number there changes very much. See how it's kind of low? And the very first thing you want to unlock is right there. But look at the score you gotta have. Holy Toledo. 1,000 QA. Now QA sounds like it's about 2 steps above mil. I think this is milli, like it is with the metric system. Because if I remember, the French do use a metric system when they measure things, and I think they measure just about everything that way. And then of course they use liters instead of gallons or imperial gallons. Okay, let's see, what else can we say? Well, prime is the one you're supposed to start on, and then you want to go to the, well, let me get back there. I should show that while I'm talking about it. This is where you start your gameplay, but they do offer these two right away. Now, you got certain restrictions And the best way is to start on Prime first, get your auto crafting and everything pretty well maxed out. Like auto craft everything you could possibly. Put lots and lots of T2 storage up, which we haven't even demonstrated yet, so that you can send a rocket ship back here and supply all of your needs on Selena that you cannot supply from Selena by picking up off the ground or through mining or something. Now, this one's really restricted. There's a lot of things it needs. Aquilus, you've just got to have stuff coming from Prime and even Selena to do what you need to do here. Otherwise, you're going to be starving for resources a lot. And yeah, you're probably not doing that bad there, Mr. Tez. I would imagine you've got most of the game figured out. Okay. Probably don't need to say too much. I did give you a lot of advanced information. And we're showing how the game progresses, but we haven't built the next pressure option. We did that one, but we didn't do this monster, T5 drill. Look how big it is. Alright, let's see. Can I put it back here somewhere? Oh, I seen it flicker green for a minute there. Let's see if we get far enough away, maybe we get the flicker green right there. Now look at the size of that thing. Alright, let's get close enough to where we can see. It provides a tremendous amount of heat, 295 per second. And of course, it's basically there for pressure. And it's kind of noisy. I hope you can hear me over the... Maybe I should back off a little bit. But notice that it's 3,650 on pressure release. And the energy it requires is 375.5 kilowatts per second. So let's see, how are we doing on power? We're getting anywhere close to the edge here? Oh man, we just about used up all our available power. Of course, we could put out some more of these nuclear fusion generators without any fuss or pace, but look what it did to the pressure thing. It's just ticking off like you can't believe. Now notice that heat is slowing down because we haven't put out any more heaters. We've got oxygen being generated like crazy, primarily because gotta go over here. We've got all these in there, but we've even got some over there. But if we look, oops, I need to get closer. You see, it's got a growth of 0%. So like this one here, it shows us that our growth is 87% or 88% now, and we're actually producing oxygen, whereas these are not producing any oxygen. So they're not doing us any good right now. But we'll fix that eventually. I'll have to probably demonstrate how you do that first. Okay. Now, I'm tempted to put out another heater. I'm also tempted that I should... it hides these until we get close enough. Let's go ahead and take these down. And let's do the same thing with the heaters. That'll slow down progress a little bit. Alright, so let's get back up here. And yeah, see there, we slowed down the pressure a lot. Can you just trade tokens? Well, I could once I get to that demonstration. But you can't trade it between players, as far as I know. I'm not even sure they could trade tokens between players if they're in the same game, multiplayer game. Haven't tried that, so I can't say for sure one way or the other on that one. Okay, now if we want to slow down oxygen, then we have to go ahead and take this out of here. We can't take out that until we take the plant out, the seeds out there. Okay, now we've only got the one. Now we've only got the one up here. Of course, let's take that out of there and let's put this one in there. That's 150. Oh, that's right. We've got one outside, don't we? We need to do something with that one too. This one here doesn't have much of a boost at all. See there? All right. Now let's see what it looks like now. Oh, I don't know. We're still making pretty good progress on the oxygen. We haven't slowed it down at all because we're already past liquid water. It's starting to make lakes and streams and stuff. So let's see. Let's go upstairs and let's change out this one and put in this one. Because see, it doesn't have a boost. But I do believe, yeah, see, it does produce a small amount of oxygen. So let's go look at the screen again. Well, that particular oxygen building is doing a lot of good progress, isn't it? So right at the beginning of your game, just as soon as you can make that structure, this one right here, biodome, you want to put it in because that is the primary oxygen producer for you. And then you might start putting these in there when you have the seeds, the plant seeds, like I was showing you, so that you can increase the oxygen. Because the sooner you get the oxygen up to full potential until you're that you see there, if you look at the bottom left, you see where underneath O2 it's got the little infinity symbol. Well, that won't show up for quite a while. You've got to get your oxygen numbers up pretty high to get that symbol to show up there. Unlimited oxygen. So you've got to live off of oxygen bottles and stuff until you can get that up there. Okay, we haven't done anything with plants per se, and of course they're talking about trees and flowers outside. We haven't done anything with insects. We'd be talking, you know, honeybees and butterflies and whatnot. We have done with the animals. That's where you collect genetic traits and you make animals, but you have to have the machines for that. And we haven't done any of that yet. Okay, so do you understand what I'm trying to say about you want to spam the best things you can as quick as you can so that your numbers will just roll like crazy like mine were doing? And the only way I could slow it down so we don't pass through these stages too fast was I had to knock it down to just one of each example. Now it is the best example. Now since we took those other ones out, our power should not be quite as bad as it was. Yeah, we were in the 200s, now we're in the 300s. So those big machines really gobble up a lot of power. Now we did put up the antenna, so let's see, what would be the next thing to focus on? Probably these, well, I'll jump up to T3 or extractor. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Now this would normally be more important to us because once the ice is gone, you can't collect ice, run it through this machine here and make water to drink. You have to. Now this will still be available because cobalt's something you could harvest. but you're trying to, of course, get to the point where you don't need those oxygen, well, they call them capsules instead of bottles and stuff. So how would you get around that? The ice is melting, you didn't collect all that much, but you do have rain and all that, so you want to put one of these in. And we'll stick it over here out of the way. Oh, it did it again. Alright, that's what you'd want to do. Now, I don't think it fills up all that much faster, even though it's raining cats and dogs right now, which is something that seems a little weird. But eventually you'll have water bottles in here. In fact, you might want to have 2 of these if that's your only source of water, because remember, I'm in creative mode, so I don't have to worry about eating, drinking, or even oxygen supply. I'm maxed out and I'll stay maxed out. Now I do have to worry about this. I don't have any mapping options, because mapping options will come in handy when I want to figure out where to put my T3 drills. Now I'll put one right up in here, because we do need basic resources. And I'm kind of lucky in the fact that I'm playing creative mode. Oh dear, I better not put it back that far. And then, with a T3, which takes a long time to unlock, you get to come up here and decide what you want to harvest. So in most cases you're going to start with iron, and then you can put another one right beside it, even though you're going to have to start over here with the first level. And the fact that you have to know where you can get iridium rod, or the stuff to make an iridium rod. I probably should demonstrate that now, because you're going to have to start with the first one. And this is what you got to do. You got to come over here, you have to put this one up, and this is where you make all your rods. Now notice, you got to have a lot of basic ore, uranium ore in this case. You got to have 9 of them to make one rod. Same thing here with this one. Now this one's a little different. You also have to have aluminum. And this one, it's back to the standard 9 of this. And you're not going to be able to do this early game. It's going to take quite a while. Now, I landed in a different spot. I didn't land in the normal place. So maybe I should demonstrate what you're going to have to do. I've got to get to the other side of the planet, back to the normal landing site, and it's going to take me a little while to get there. I've got the map pretty much memorized for Prime. The moons and Humble, I'm still learning those a little bit. So you may not want to play creative mode and do a different landing site like I did, primarily because you're not going to know where things are that you need in early gameplay. So what I'll do is I'll go back here to the normal landing site, and we'll try to explain things a little bit. As you can see, water's already collecting. Okay, your capsule, I think it's probably an escape capsule, normally will crash land right in this area. Of course, right now it's already starting to fill in with water, and that's why you don't want to build down here when you first crash land. So what you want to do is you want to see this little archway where you got one rock leaning on another. What would you call that? A tower rock? So you want to come up into this flat area. This is where you want to start your construction. And another reason why you want to start your construction where it's nice and flat, but don't build on the ground. Build a little bit above. Let me give a quick demonstration. You want to come down here, look for the lowest spot there is that you can identify, which was probably right in here. And you want to build at least this high. The reason why you want to build at least that high is because you see these other rocks over here? If you're not building above those rocks, they're going to stop your construction. So if you're trying to expand your base, they're going to stop it. All of these are not the same height. This one is probably the same as that one, but then when you get over here, they get a lot taller. Now what some players do, some veteran players, since you can float these foundations, is they'll go up here, and I'll use the rocket pack. You gotta have a rocket pack to do this, and they will put this up just as high as they can. So one way to get around that is to put one there and then rocket pack yourself up there. Well, I should start lower because a rocket pack takes a little while to make. So you'd probably start here, rocket up to it, and then rocket up to this one, like so. And then this is the first one. This is, you'd make sure you're above this right here. And then you'd rocket up there. Whoops, I didn't do it right. I gotta start over. See, the rocket packs, no matter how good they are or how high T level they are, they limit you to what you're on top of, or what's under you. Maybe that'd be a better way of saying it. Now, if you start, like I said, now you could start higher, and there's no real harm in doing that. But remember, at first, you can't get up this high. You don't have a rocket pack yet. And you probably don't know that you can do this, even with the lower rocket packs. Now you might, if you're having to jump up on these, then you're going to have to do this in a different manner. I should probably show you that part. You see how you can link them? And you can even slide under them slightly. Now what I'm going to do is I want to demonstrate what you would do if you were trying to get up that high before you have a rocket pack. See there? This is what you would have to do. And as long as you can jump high enough, I gotta do this so that I'm not using my rocket. I'm just doing a normal jump. See there? And this is how you get to any elevation you want to on the map. As long as you can get to it. Now see, that's too high. So I would want to go in here and delete, and put a floating foundation in that's not quite so high. Maybe, or even link them. See how I've got these two linked lip to lip? And then put my stairs in. The catch is you gotta be able to back up enough and try to get them to link. Well, it's not linked quite as well as it could be or should be. So I probably shouldn't put my floating foundation quite so close. No, I didn't want it to do that. Yeah, I would have to, if I'm doing a proper demonstration, I gotta take that one down first. Because they're gonna try to link up. So you want to go about so high, and keep in mind we're pretending you don't have a rocket pack yet. Oh, I see, the stairs are interfering with me. I got too close. Yeah, that works, see. They're not quite right, but once you get up here, you want to take the stairs out. And then you want to put in your last one. That's above the rocks. See, the foundations are not limited by the rocks, so you'd want to put it probably about there. And then this is where you would, whoa. It's a good thing I have a rocket pack. I would have been falling to the ground and breaking a bone or two. But now you're pretty tall, so now you can expand your base in any direction you want to by just putting in more links. And I'll use the old control key so that I could just start going back. See there? And if I keep going across here like this, I am on, I do believe, the tallest rock there is. And I started my foundation slightly above. So now I should be able to go all the way across like so. And be above this next one. Maybe not by much. If I'm not, and it looks like I'm not, doesn't it? No, I'm not above it. So that's when I would have to try to build maybe if I could get, there it is. It's not, oh, it is overhanging. Well, I was trying to get lip to lip. That's what I was trying to do. Let's see if I could pull that off. And the reason being, there we go. The reason being is the stairs. Oops, I went too far. See there? They link up just right, like they're supposed to. So anytime you come into a problem like that, where you find a rock or something, or you want to get up maybe on the top of these hills, especially up there. Now it takes a lot of iron to do this. Lots and lots of iron, and iron is something you will have problems collecting enough of. But anyway, once you get up here, you might want to rework all of this you see right here. But until you have a rocket pack, that's what you have to do. You don't really have a choice. Now I have to use my rocket pack to get up here and get those down. Alright, so you see how far above you are? Now some players, they don't want to be restricted by these pillars or these other low-laying rocks. So what they do instead is they start their construction just as soon as they can over here. Now, until you've got a little experience with the game, you're not going to know how deep this is going to get. So what you have to do is you have to start your construction over here on this bank and not build too far down, and then build across, and you can build right over top the lake all the way across until you get to the other side. Now unfortunately you can't rotate these. See there, you have to take them as they are. Now it'd be kind of cool if they changed how these maps are made up of squares. Now one of the advantages of doing this, you can put a ramp right up in here. Maybe not right off, I forget. I don't know if they actually offer you the ramp right off in the game or not. Oops, there we go. But it's very common, especially if you build a little bit higher with your first foundation, to put a ramp on it, because your other choice is the stairs. But you can, if you have these two foundations wide, two ramps wide, later on when you have your rover, you can drive over this. And you can drive yourself all the way to the other side of the, or you could, go sideways this way by adding foundation pieces here on the side. But this is your normal starting point down there. Now once your escape pod goes underwater, it is no longer useful to you. You can't craft anything. You can't get oxygen by going inside. like you did before, it changes the whole game. But this is very handy. Now later on when we can start doing the algae, you'll start with this one of course. Once you have the bioplastic and stuff and the super alloy. And of course you want to switch over to this one because it provides a lot more biomass and algae to work with. And all that becomes important because of the fertilizers and stuff you want to make. And see here, you need to progress to T2. I mean, there is just a lot of things that are different when you're playing the normal game. Okay, what else should I tell you about? Well, the first place you want to build a ore extractor would be in here. You see what's in here? And that's how you build your heaters. You got to collect a lot of this stuff. Now, if you don't want to collect very much of this at first, even though I don't know of any way that you would get around that, you might want to do the same thing else. Go to a spot that's a little bit on the high side, or maybe the lowest spot, and start with your foundations again. And build up a little bit, then get up on there, and either using your ladders or something, or a ramp maybe, and put you in a pad. Now see what happens if you don't go up high enough? So technically I did not go high enough because I want to be slightly higher than this surface right here. And I think this is the first surface that limits how and what I could build up here. Now there is aluminum in here, but there's not very much. See right there? And that becomes a very important resource to you once you start laying down some heaters and stuff. So you want to go in here and you want to collect some more aluminum. But this one is the primary thing you want. And the visual clue is these falling sands. See there? They call this Sand Falls Tunnel or Falling Sands Tunnel. And that's your first clue. So you see where remember we're right over there in the normal crash site, and this is the first place you want to come in here and build an ore extractor when it unlocks. Now you can do the very first ore extractor in here. Now you're going to get more than iridium. You're going to get all the basic ores, and I hope you know what I mean by basic ores. We're talking iron, magnesium, silicon, titanium. But you're also going to get, as it shows you right here, we're in the right spot to get iridium. So you'll have to come back from time to time and empty out this small storage container. And it's very common for players to go around, and when their oxygen supply, their current oxygen supply, gets down about halfway, to put them in a shelter so they can run inside and replenish their oxygen. Now I also recommend that you put one of these T2 crafting stations in here, and like I said, don't let it face the door. Put it where it's facing away from the door. It doesn't really, the game doesn't matter if the door is open or not. You're still going to get resupplied with oxygen. But to me, it just seems like less of an aggravation. The reason why is you're going to have to replenish your oxygen quite a bit, and you're going to have to collect cobalt quite a bit at the first of the game, and you're going to have to collect ice quite a bit at the first of the game. Now, once you get enough heaters, then the ice is going to disappear, except in these caves. It's not going to disappear quite so fast in the caves. Now, normally the game will not allow you to build anything on an area, like right here, if there's minerals in the way. You haven't picked up the ore yet, but when you can, once this is unlocked, you want to put a atmospheric water collector. And this would be a good place to put it. You can't get too close to the rocks. Now you would say, well, wait a minute, we're inside a cave. How is it getting water? Well, it's one of the things about the game. A lot of times you're going to be thinking, well, this won't work because I'm inside a cave or something, but it does work. So try it. Try it first before you worry about it. Now, as you can see, we still got ice out here inside the cave. The caves are, of course, colder, but we might have enough heat already and progress because we're getting rain and stuff that we won't find any ice out here anymore. Yeah, see, I'm not finding any ice at all. So we're not going to find any down here either. The only place we're going to find ice now, because we've got rain and everything collecting, is inside a cave. Now the reason why that might be important to you is because you're trying to think, well, I need to create more oxygen. And the only way I can make more oxygen is I have to be able to put these together. Now this one will use water, it's an outside one, but you gotta have ice for these two. But keep in mind that you're supposed to, by now, have this building, the biodome, up. Now it's not going to provide ice, but it will take care of your oxygen requirement. And you can do like I showed you. You can put some of those in there. You can't put these in there, they have to go outside. But you can put these in there, as long as you could collect ice. Now if you wait too long to start that modifications inside your biodome, then you're not going to be able to use these anymore inside your biodome. So you have to do that as soon as you can while there's still plenty of ice to collect. Now, at some point you're going to think, well, this thing is not collecting what I'm looking for fast enough, because I need to make more heat exchangers and melt that ice that's blocking my path through these tunnels, because these caves do act like passage tunnels. And you might even be up to doing a T2 ore extractor. Now see what that did to my power supply? It requires so much power it killed what I had. Now since I'm playing on creative mode, I can just put this, I can just do whatever I need to or want to. But notice how it won't let me put one out here. Now why is that? I can't explain that. If I come over here somewhere, I can. See there? But I can't up here. So these don't need sunlight to work. But if you look at what it takes to make one, see pulsar quartz? Now remember when I was talking about how the meteorites fall, and sometimes you'll see a meteorite come down all by itself and it puts out this like little plus sign as it's coming down. It's a bright color. Well, that's kind of giving you a clue that it's dropping pulsar quartz. Now the next thing you're going to want to know is, where do I get super alloy? Well, you got basically two choices. You could make it once you unlock it, but chances are you're not going to have that unlocked for quite a while when you're first starting to play, because there's a lot of progress you have to make with oxygen, heat, and pressure. So since I'm doing this show and tell, starting with the original crash site, the common crash site to start the game. Wow, it's extra dark, isn't it? Okay, well anyway, you want to come up. You want to come up here. You'll probably be on foot when you're doing all this the first time. So you're going to build 2 or 3 shelters. Whoops. Did I pass it already? Yeah, I passed it. All right, let's go back. Well, while we're here, let's go ahead and talk about these. If you get close enough, you see where it says open debris? You got all this stuff inside. I'm going to go ahead and collect these since, and I'll collect that one because I need it for a demonstration. I don't think I need to worry about that. In fact, we can put these away since we're not going to need those. I go ahead and put these in there. I'm going to go ahead and put that in there too since it's not going to matter to me one way or the other. But anyway, you'll pick up if you see these crash satellites, and you can use them like I just did for storage if you want to. But once you, those are the one of the few things that you can use as extra storage. Alright, that's not the way I want to show you how to get to the super alloy, because the super alloy is actually an enclosed cave. Ah, here we go, here we go. The sun's up so you can see things better. No, that's the uranium cave. Okay, I didn't go far enough. We're looking for pillars like you see right there, but they're not quite so pronounced. I think I see them straight ahead. Now, at the beginning of the game, you're going to have to walk out of here because you probably don't have a jetpack yet. See there? Now, this is not a tunnel. It doesn't provide access to anywhere else. It's not like a shortcutting thing. So you have to go in here. Oh, I had to use the space bar to jump a few times to get in there. And you have to collect these by hand. The reason why you have to collect them by hand is you cannot harvest these with the first level ore extractor. Now if you happen to put down a first level ore extractor, got to get it far enough away from the rocks. See, everything's built on squares. See all those squares? So that's why you don't want to be around rocks, because they have a rather large area of restriction. You want to build above the rocks. Now see, this time it allowed me to go slightly inside. But see what it's going to do? Whenever it shows you iron like that, you're going to harvest from this spot with a first level ore extractor iron, magnesium, silicon, and titanium. That's the only thing you're going to get. What you have to see, which starts with a T2 ore extractor, I'll put one right next to it. You're going to get a bigger locker, and you're going to get super alloy. There's other places. I think there's one other place where you can put up a T2 ore extractor and get super alloy. But whatever you see here is telling you what you're going to get. But with the T2 ore extractor, that's not the only thing you're going to get. You're also going to get all the basic resources like this one here. See, we got titanium right now. We'll see probably some iron, some silicon, and some magnesium in here also. Same thing will be true here. You'll get some of these, plus you'll get the other basic ores. Now with the T3 ore extractor, let's see, can we put it on this side? You get to select what you're going to harvest, if it's provided. I can't get any closer to that one, but I can connect face to face, so to speak, and you get to decide what you want to collect. And of course what you'd want to collect is this here. Now this one will not collect the basic resources: iron, cobalt, magnesium, silicon, titanium. It will not collect these things. But you could build some T3s or extractors in here, and you could say, well, this is what I want. I don't want super alloy. I want one of these. Now, when I put my cursor on top of the super alloy, it tells you what you have to have in your inventory, avatar's inventory, so that you can make super alloy. In fact, I demonstrated that already, didn't I? Well, anyway, you'll find these blue chests, and you'll find different things you want. I'm going to collect that one because I want to demonstrate that. The auto crafting and stuff requires that you. Now you also want to indicate some way, because this is the only way you can get in or out of here. Now if you're not able to make flares yet, then you want to come up with something else. Now one of the things you can do is you could take some iridium and you could drop it. Let's see. Oh, I don't have any iridium. Well, that's not a very good demonstration, is it? Alright, I'll tell you what. We'll go back over here and we'll collect, because that stuff glows in the dark. And that's the benefit we're looking for. Of course, your radium does the same thing. It just glows green instead of red. In fact, let's see. Let's go ahead and collect these 3 out of this one. See, eventually this is going to fill up, and unless you come up here and collect this, it's going to jam up and it's not going to even collect any more of this. Once you've taken all of it out of here, the same thing happens with your T2. It'll get filled up with these and then it'll jam. It won't collect any more of these if you've collected all of them that were available before. Whereas a T3 doesn't do that, because you get to select what is going to be collected. But of course the T3 will not be available to you for a long time. So I could set this to collect any one of these. I'll of course select for that. Now let me go back over here and demonstrate. In the first part of the game, you might want to go around and mark your path in and out. The only bad thing, of course, is if they might roll off on you and not stay put, like flares or the lamp would do. Alright, so you want to mark your entrance. So what you got to do is you got to find a level spot. Well, let's figure this is level. Let's try it. And see that little down arrow? Now watch it and see where it rolls to. Okay, that's a good indicator. It's in a good spot. Now if I put it out here somewhere, watch what happens. See, it rolls off on you. And even if you get in front of it and you try to stop it, as soon as you back off, it goes back to rolling. So that can be a little bit of a nuisance. But it can help you. Now if you want, like Ted is suggesting, you could put a shelter right in here. And the shelter would be a real huge visual clue for you. And of course you can put it on the ground. It's not going to hurt anything to put it on the ground. Like so. And then you want to, especially in the early game, because you got to resupply your oxygen quite often. That's the first thing it drains down on you. So you get in there and get your oxygen, and you go in here, and you've got, unless you've got extra bottles, but see, you got your entrance marked. Now, sometimes you can find that the ground leans a certain direction. Say like right here. Let's try it right here. And see if it'll roll right up against that pillar and stop. Outstanding. So now if you get back here in this cave and you get lost, if you could just get around, yeah, I've already taken the plants out there, didn't I? Well, let's take one of these. Because you can do the same thing with these. But we haven't gone over to the cave yet where those are found. Now, you can run around in here for quite a ways. But you will discover that there are some doors in here. Now, later on in the game, you might actually want to open those doors and investigate what's in there. But that's one of your three options on how to end the game. You're escaping the planet. You're not going to do any terraforming on the moons or something. Alright, let's see. What else would I need for demonstrations? I don't think I actually need those to do any demonstrations. That would be useful. Okay, so what we would want to do is when we first come in, we would want to look for a low spot. It looks like it's going to be right about in here somewhere. And we would want to drop an indicator. This time we'll use uranium. And let's see how far it rolls. Good, 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 good. So if you're back over here somewhere and you're confused, like thinking, where the heck am I? Help, I'm lost. Well, you can put those little markers, uranium or iradium, all over the place. And kind of like a crumb trail, a cookie, cracker, bread crumb trail. Find your way back to the entrance. And of course, this is a good way, like Ted was saying. You could put a cabin out. They call these living compartments. And you're going to need to the first part of the game anyway, because you have a trouble keeping your oxygen supply up high enough so you don't die from a lack of oxygen. And you'll probably end up putting one probably right up in this area so that you can get that far to your other cabin. So I'll go ahead and demonstrate that. And as the game progresses, you're not going to need these anymore. So you're going to reclaim all the resources out of here. So you recharge your oxygen, and then you would proceed to that cabin that's up there. Of course, this one will have to go in first. In fact, you're probably going to need one. Well, that one, yeah, that one looks close enough. I think you can make it to that cabin we just did. But you're probably going to need a cabin right about here somewhere. But I'll go ahead and I'll move over this way a little bit so that you don't have to die from a lack of oxygen. And notice I'm not putting a foundation or anything under them, because these are just temporary shelters until we get better on our oxygen. Now, to explore this starship in early game, because that's the first one you'll find. See, it's not too far from that. See those pillars where the one's leaning on the other one? A lot of people call that an arch to indicate where you're at. There's a flat spot right up in here. It's not perfectly flat, but it's close. And again, this is just a temporary shelter that you won't need after you get your oxygen, but you will need it for now. And you'll need extra bottles and stuff. So you can go in here. And you'll have to jump over these obstacles because they made these passages using your spacebar real narrow. And you can't collect these. I can, because I've got all of the upgrades that the game provides. But you're going to want to go in here and you're going to want to grab stuff. Let's see, I've got quite a few. I might want to grab this one though, and maybe another one of these for a demonstration. And you're going to want to collect these blueprint chips, primarily so you go back to your main base, and you might even want to collect some of these suits because they're not all the same. You could kind of tell that. See how this one's got a spacesuit Chip 2. This one is a spacesuit Fablo. And this is a Tubio. Now you can't claim any of this stuff, but you might want to look over. Now if you do empty out these crates, you might want to claim them for the iron, unless you feel like you've got too much iron. And you do want to look in these to see if there's any more seed packs for vegetables. Now I'm going to have to take this one down, otherwise I can't move past it. And you're going to want to collect stuff like fabric. And I'm going to go ahead and collect this one for another demonstration. And you got to look now. I've got extra light. I've got a light source that you will not have access to right now. I probably should go ahead and collect that for another demonstration. Well, I don't need to worry about my food and basic resources. But anyway, you got these tables and stuff. Now I can't collect that table there, but if I want to get back here and collect stuff, see, I gotta take all this down. And at the beginning of the game, collecting these heaters, the resources that it takes to make those, is going to be important to you because you're going to need quite a few of those heaters. And later on you'll collect these because you want the circuit boards, but it's going to take some upgrades. Alright, let's get this, rotate the mouse wheel so we're not trying to deconstruct. Well, I've got quite a few, but we will want this. And when you see these smaller boxes, there's some more chips. Now the blueprints are kind of important to you because you're trying to unlock stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and collect that. Well, let's go ahead and collect that too, I guess. So you're going to come back to this. You're going to empty out all this stuff first, and then you're going to come back once you have the upgrade. It's going to be the slightly lower than this T3. It's going to be a T2. Once you have a T2 deconstruction chip, you're going to be able to take these out and get circuit boards. And circuit boards are going to become more and more important to you as you progress in the game, because you're going to need them to build certain things. Now for some reason this particular starship, I gotta hop over this obstacle of course here, does not have a reactor. So you can't use a energy cell to charge up and maybe open up some more compartments. Okay, let's see, there's another blue chip for opening up something. Now if you end up with a duplicate, it won't open up. It'll only open up the first time. So you'll just have to discard it somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and collect these two since they're going to be important to me. Oh yeah, the Tusca seed, yeah, I better go ahead and collect that too. And then you're also going to look around. Now we didn't come over here back when the water was not present. So let's see. No, I don't need to collect anything. I got plenty. And that one is full. Usually they're not full like that. And I probably should show you the fact that there are other types of chests. Well, here's another blue one. Ah, interesting. It's probably because the reason why these are probably full is probably because my terraforming score has gotten kind of high and I haven't even touched these yet. The other thing that happens if your terraforming score is kind of high and you haven't touched the blue chest yet is that what's inside improves. It gets better and better. Now over here there is a gold chest, and this is where you pick up your golden effigies. See, there's a little escape pod, and you put those on your shelf. And if you want to build it, because right now I can just left click and put it in my inventory and that's all I can do with it, but you'll also find these extra good seeds, 600%. See there? And of course like I was saying, if you don't touch these, the contents gets better and better. Now you wouldn't know that unless you've played the game a lot. Now the other thing I should mention to you, that very early in the game, as early as possible, even with a first level ore extractor, you want to come over and put one in. And the reason why you want to do that is because this area, see the funny looking rocks? Look like they're made out of metal? Well, they're aluminum rocks is what they are. This is called the aluminum field. And after you've made some progress in the game, aluminum is going to become real important to you. And then shortly after that, after you've made some more progress, what's going to become important to you is the super alloy. Now, I've already showed you the super alloy spot. So now, if we didn't get too close to this rock, later on we can do a T2. And you can put it right beside like that. Now, it's the same deal, but it tells you that it will give you more aluminum than normal. The T1, see there, it's also got the same indicator that it's going to collect aluminum, but it's also going to collect more of the basic resources. Whereas this one will collect a little more aluminum than it does the basic resources. And well, we better get this out of the way. Then when of course you get up to putting in a T3, you can link it up with the other two. In most cases, if it has to go down too much, you can actually designate anything you want. And of course in this case you'd probably do aluminum. And that's the only thing it will harvest. And you get these little blue crests. There's another blue chip, there's some aluminum, and there's some food and everything. But it's not half empty. There's usually at least 2 slots that are open. But since we've got a pretty high terraforming score, the game fills up all of the slots. And then you got a spaceship that's crashed. Actually, it's more like a shuttle. And it's got those that you cannot collect until you have at least a T2. Sometimes you'll find something up in the wrecks, but these are basically shuttles for bringing personnel to site. See what you get? Now, remember there's usually 1 or 2, 3 slots that are not filled. I do need that for a demonstration later. I probably should collect that too. And I'm going to organize my storage, put things together. Okay, normally you would empty everything, of course. Just remember that the front here, the glass has been all broken out of it. But your aluminum field extends all the way out here. And if you look around in here, you probably will find some more blue chests and even another gold chest. Now the gold, see, I'm trying to remember. Is there like 15 of these, or is it more than that? There's another effigy, and there's another golden seed that gives me a high 600% on oxygen. And I think there's another blue chest. Yeah, here's one right over here. Now, the first part of the game, collecting food supply and oxygen supply flowers is real important to you. Now, let's see. I've already got one of those. I don't have the squash yet, and I probably should collect that, but I don't see it yet. I might have to go another spaceship wreck to find the squash plant. You see, I did take the effigy out of that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I took the effigy out of it. That's those are the rockets that you send off in order to improve terraforming progress. Mostly from pressure and heat, and I think 1 or 2 other rockets that you can launch. which I have not demonstrated yet. Oh yeah, thanks for asking me that, Teds. No, once you empty the chest or take anything out of it, even if it's just one item, it does not replenish. It's a one-shot deal. Whether it be a blue one or a gold one, it doesn't matter. Now, right now, you see how dark it is in here? You gotta have that particular edition, which is the little headlamp. Now, I've got a T3. The T1 is a very small lamp. It has a very narrow focus, so it's not so great. Alright, let's see. I don't think I need any more of these. Well, yeah, maybe I do. See, I don't need to keep that. So we'll just stick that back in there. And I do have quite a few of these, but I do want the blanket. I may not need it, but just in case I do. I think I might need to collect that too. Okay, I think that might be it. Let's see. Is it there some spacesuits back here somewhere? Now, if I was just starting in the game, I would definitely want to collect that. And of course, I'd want to collect the blueprint chip because it unlocks something. And I would want to make sure I check these lockers, make sure there aren't any seed packs in here. Okay, so let's look around for... Now, before you go into here, make sure you have all the oxygen that you think you might need. I'm trying to think here. I've got quite a few. Well, I'll go ahead and collect it just in case I need it for a demonstration. And then of course I'm not going to bother with the circuit boards because you don't want to get back in here and run out of oxygen. That's why I would recommend that you collect. Don't come in here with less than 4 or 5 oxygen cylinders. You're going to want to come in here with at least 2, if not 3. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh, I'm going to have to go back to my main base pretty soon, aren't I? I'm getting full of demonstration stuff. Well, wait a minute. I can get rid of some of these because they're repeats. Chip 2, Chip 2, Fabo, Turbo, yeah, 2 of those. So I don't need to take those with me. I only need 1. Am I actually collecting iron? No, I'm not collecting iron. Okay, good. See, there's another one, there's another one. Now, I think this one has a reactor in it, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, right there. Now, I didn't bring one with me, but this is where you want to put a fuse chip. Now, when you do that, be aware that it's going to probably open up at least one more area that you cannot get to right now. It's going to be one of those circular portals, and you're going to want to go in there because that circular portal is probably going to have some more stuff. Here's another. Just kind of remember what the boxes look like. And if you want to, you can stop and read all this. And it'll give you a year so you can compare that to your current year. But you'll have to have a pod to do that. Where there's a mushroom, I don't have a mushroom. Let's put one of these back in there. And let's see. We do have repeats of some of these, so we don't need that. Let's organize it again. And let's see, this is Lerma. Yeah, I definitely want to keep that. I don't need these, I don't think. Oops, this is already full. Can't put any more into it. How about this one? Alright, we'll put one of those in there. That one's already full. And there's no more. No, there's no more in here. So normally, of course, I'd be this portal might open up. That's what I'm referred to. Once you're unlocked the power fuses. Okay, good. I could put all 3 of those in there. Of course, you wouldn't be doing this. You'd be collecting it and coming in and out here about 4 or 5 times trying to get everything. Let's see, I checked that one already. Yeah, I checked that one already. Now the reason why, oh, I should point that out. The reason why you want to do your blue boxes, your gold boxes, and your crash spaceships is because of these food packs. Because at first, you're not growing any food to eat. And you're not able to make high quality food packs, space food packs. So you're going to be collecting those, and that's how you're going to keep your avatar from starving to death. And you might even have to collect the water bottles. Most people do because they don't want to go through the nuisance of making more water bottles all the time. Let's see, I think I've been back here already, haven't I? I probably have more than I need. So I'll put one back. Man, there is so many little things I need to tell you about. Now, I know that this is the way out because you see this cart right here? The game maker has a tendency to put these carts to indicate how to get back out. Some people call these dollies because they got wheels on them. See there? See the wheels? And they got usually more than one shelf. And in some places you'll find these, they're upright and they got these blue chests on top of them. So of course you'd want to investigate and loot. And wait a minute. Oh, I didn't do it yet. Every time you come to one of these openings, and this is going to be governed by how far away are you from your last shelter that provides oxygen, you're going to want to put in another one. So it's very normal in the first part of the game to have another one so you can replenish your oxygen supply. Now also what's normal in the beginning of the game is this is blocked by ice. So you don't have access to osmium yet until this ice, because it goes all the way out to here somewhere. But of course I've been putting in the very tall, so all the ice that's normally in here is melted away. But all of these little tunnels like this, or if you want to call them caves, here's some ice that hasn't melted yet. So what I would do is I would come in here and I would, in early gameplay, I'd put one of these here. But since we're not in early gameplay anymore, I would put one of these in here. And also creative mode allows me to do that. But of course that kills my power, so I would go ahead and, I don't know if you consider this cheating or not, but if the game allows me to do it, I do not consider it cheating. I restore the power. So it probably won't take very long for this ice to melt away. Sometimes you can actually see it shrinking. Maybe not. But that's how I do it. Then later on I take down the heater and I use it somewhere else, or I just recycle the resources. And now you'll find these little cubby holes like this. So just remember how you got in to get back out. Because they're kind of like traps sometimes. Okay, so we can't do anything more in here right now until that ice melts. And if you put the heater right next to it, it will melt a lot faster than normal. Let's see, can I actually get through here? No, I can't. Sometimes you can squeeze through. But just keep in mind that all these caves are actually tunnels. They're shortcuts. And once you learn the map, then you'll know which shortcut you want to take. Okay. I think we covered all the basics here. Okay. And let's see, is there anything in here I need to keep for a demonstration? No, I don't think so. But anyway, I have a tendency to build my first shelters to resupply oxygen near these because I cannot always, in the first part of the game, have enough storage space in my backpack. So that means I've got to replenish my oxygen most likely. And of course, there's a bunch of boxes down in here that we haven't done anything about. And while we're here, let me also show you something that most new players will not know about. Of course, you want to do this back before the game fills up this lake with water. Let's see. All right, I want to make sure I have my deconstruction tool available. Nope, that's not it. There it is, right there. Then you go inside. This is one of the few that are like that. And then you got all these things, including blueprints, pulsar quartz, and there's our one that I was looking for. Okay, so now we have all of them right. We got eggplant, we've got squash, we got the beans, and we've got the mushrooms. And I don't think I need to collect, well, you can always reorganize it like the game does. Now, this is called super alloy, so you can't say that this is alphabetically, but it's pretty close. Pretty close. Now notice it's only missing one slot, and it was full until I took that squash out of there. And that's because, like with the boxes, our terraforming score is kind of high. And I always like to keep things organized. Also, by organizing, if you have to return, because you can take out whatever you want to. So there's one person that was sent here by the corporation, and I guess the idea is a rock fell down and killed him. But if you go over here and you read this, you can see that he made a little message saying, hey, look, what you asked me to do here is impossible. And you don't care if I die or not. You just want the profit because you're not going to allow me to claim any territory as personal ownership or any resources. Now, that's not fully true because you do get to harvest Terra tokens and stuff. But anyway, he's cursing Central Corp. He didn't finish the terraforming. That's why the place was still a bare rock. And also there's a date there to give you an idea how long ago he died. Or, well, really, how long ago he posted that message. Okay, now the next thing I want to demonstrate to you. Of course, I would have preferred to do this before the water got here. But because somewhere up in here, yep, there it is, the blue box. There's quite a few blue boxes. We'll organize it first. And when you start putting up your storage, you want to use the same scheme because you want to auto-craft in the same sequence. So when it comes to uploading and downloading, you'll be in agreement with the game because it's not alphabetical. See this super, and then it goes to A, goes from S to A, and then it goes to S again, then it goes to C, then it goes to I, but this time it's a rod. Then it goes to seeds. Well, they don't do alphabetical on those either. And then it goes to S. See how it skips around? So I like to organize my storage and my auto crafting to be in agreement with the game. It just makes the uploading and downloading so much easier. Now, some people call this the column area, and the column area is the first clue that you get that you're getting close to another mine. Now, this mine is actually a tunnel that goes through. It supplies iridium, and there's even some up here. It also supplies osmium. Now if you look on the ceiling, it's got osmium. So what do you think we can harvest here? Well, let's go look at this first. Oh, let's go ahead and organize it. You know, I think I might need to collect the, well, maybe not, because I can make those without harvesting any resources, I think. Well, if not, we'll come back and we'll, alright, so I think these items on the ground here are going to get in my way. But we need to demonstrate this. Yeah, see how the resources? So I want to pick this up first. Was this full over here? No, it wasn't. So I can put that in there. And I probably have more than I need to demonstrate, so I'm going to put that in there too. Then I'll organize it. Alright, so now I think I've got an area that might be big enough to install each of these. Now that osmium is getting in the way over there. So that means this one's going to be in the way too, most likely. Okay, so if you come in here and you install the first level, see what it's telling you? The only thing the first level ore extractor will give you is basic resources. You will not get anything better. Now these are considered to be rare resources. See what I mean? Okay, now let's do a T2. Let's turn it sideways like so. Now look. Now it's showing you that it will collect osmium. I don't think I need to keep all this, so we didn't pick up any osmium, so let's go ahead and put this in there. And of course you can organize if you want to. And it does try to do it alphabetically fairly often, but later on if we came back here we would find basic resources, not this, not that, but we would find some of this along with basic resources. The same stuff that this one over here is collecting. It's showing you iron right there. Alright, now can we get a T3 in here? Yep, we got it. Now remember, T3, when you get it unlocked, allows you to decide what you want. So chances are you would get rid of the T1 and the T2 ore extractor and you'd put in more of these T3s. But it takes quite a bit of gameplay and a definitely big improvement on your terraforming score to be able to put in the T3. And you see we got some ice here, but is it blocking access? No, there's no tunnel over here. How about over here? Nope, the ice is already removed. See what I was saying about these? Sometimes they're not mines or caves, sometimes they're tunnels that provide a shortcut. And this one I believe has another shortcut. Yep, here we go. Now these right here, we're already collecting water, so it's kind of giving you a clue that once we get into making reptiles, frogs and fish and whatnot, there will be frogs here, and there will be some common frog eggs here that you can collect. But like everything else in the game, you can only do that once. Now this is the other shortcut area, so chances are you would do like I would do and other veteran players in early gameplay that need to replenish our oxygen. But notice how it doesn't show green, it shows it white. It's either white or it's red. If we get too close to the hillside, it's going to be kind of a pink color, not really red, more of a light pink. But if it's white, see how bright it is here? Everything is super bright here. But anyway, we've got our oxygen replenish station. Now the reason why getting that ice to melt that blocks this tunnel entrance right there is because we've got special ore in here. See the pink stuff? Pulsar quartz. something that's hard to come by in early gameplay. And of course, you'll find some of these in here. Now, I've never found a golden crate in here. There could be one, but I just never found it. It might be because I didn't go over every square inch. And I don't think I see anything I need to collect for the demonstration. But you'll also find this here, osmium. So what I should do is go back up here and show you what you can harvest. So we'll do like we did with the other demonstrations. We'll start with the first one. And we want the stairs pointing like so. Now I'm not planning on expanding that shelter, so we'll just put it real close to it. See there? Basic resources, the only thing that will provide in this particular location. Now we'll put in a number 2. And it will provide basic resources, nothing more. And now we'll put in a 3. And here you can designate what you want, but it's only going to give you basic resources. See, at this point, sulfur is considered to be a basic resource. So, I'll tell you what. Oh, it's not letting me do anything, is it? There we go. We had to take that out. We'll say, give me some sulfur. Okay, now when you get up here, this is going to be important to you because of what you could do with it. Once you've gone far enough and this is unlocked, you see why you need it? That's your best power generator. And so as long as you can collect enough superalloy 4, you want 5 of these pulsar quartz. And I think you can find like 7 or 8 of them in here. I forget. And then of course you got your osmium, which you need for a lot of things that you want to construct, especially when you're talking about those ore extractors. Now here's another shortcut for you. And it's pretty common early in gameplay if you get this far to go ahead and put in another rescue shelter is what I like to call these. So you can replenish your oxygen. Now the shortcut that it's providing for you is this whole area. You see those pillars over there? That's a clue that that's an important area for you. And then you got all these rocks, so what you'd look for is something significant. Well, in this particular case, because we have the warden key detector, it's telling us we can pick up a warden key. I probably should show you what they look like. There is 10 of those. Yeah, I believe it's 10 of those that you can collect. And that will give you access to certain parts of the game you cannot have access to otherwise. Do you remember when I went into one of the caves areas and it had these rough looking stone like doors? Well, usually it takes a key to open that. Now if you look over that way, you can see there's another crashed spaceship. I guess is what we're supposed to call them. And then over here we've got blue crates, and we also have another nice place. Let's see. I think I'm in the right place. There's only a few ways to get down into this crater. And right now it's not full of water yet. It's still got all this. Now if I believe that they call this meteor crater, it will fill up with water at some point. No, this is the volcano. There's about 3 blue crates down in there. And since you got a spacesuit and everything, you're okay. You won't have to worry about overheating. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'm not in the right. I'm too far. Well, anyway, you're gonna find blue crates all over the place. There's another spaceship you can investigate, and if you keep going over in that direction, you're gonna get to the lava field. Lots and lots of lava, and special resources you're gonna want to collect. Rare ores. But while we're here, I want to show you that this whole area will turn into what looks like not only a gigantic lake like Lake Erie might be, but it looks more like an ocean. And it does have an end to it. But what's kind of neat over here is you've got these shallow areas. And once you get into building your first critter and sending up a rocket that has see-through cylinders with fish in it, they will have wild sharkies. That's one of the first critters. That's species number 1 that will show up in here. And some of these rock formations will turn into islands. If they're tall enough, they'll turn into islands. And the sharkies will go around inside the area. And why that's important is because you want to come over and you want to pet the sharkies. None of the critters are aggressive. And when you pet the sharkies, they will give you a genetic trait that you can use to make critters. And if you get a different species number, different from number 1, then you can make different kinds of critters. One of them will look like a hairless llama. Well, we got here before the water collected. Ah, there we go. Oxygen multipliers. That's what we're going to need to demonstrate. Yep. And remember what I told you that once your terraforming score gets higher, the blue crates, the contents get better. Alright, so let's go in here. And remember what I told you about these. These usually help direct you back to the entrance, because these spaceships can get kind of big. And this is a pretty good example of one that not only gets big, but there's a lot to explore. And we'll go up to the top of the stairs. As you find these starships, they get bigger and bigger. Now right now I can get through here, but notice that there's other portals that could open up, but they won't open up for you until you can charge up the starship and restore the power. Alright, so Fabio, we've got Sipho. I don't know if we got a Sipho. Yeah, we do. The very first one, Sipho. So we don't need to collect that. Now, these never open up and they never give you access to them, but I think they're supposed to be sleep chambers. They look like they might be coffins, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be like sleep chambers. Now, they might add that later to the game. Now, every time I've charged up a spaceship, I don't remember ever having one of these open up, which is kind of weird because you can see that there's stuff in there. See there? There's stuff in there, but I've never seen one of these open up. So maybe this is, and they do block the entrance. That's a little strange. Now these round ones will open up, and that's the first thing, of course, I look for, is I look for the roundup. Let's fly down here. Oops. We're trying to fly down, not up. Ah, come on. Alright, now it should work. And I'm not seeing anything I need for a demonstration because I've got the seeds I need. Of course, I might discover later I should have collected those. And you got another entertainment center right across. So you, of course, sometimes you could collect stuff other than the fallen down beams. you can collect the couches. Now these are all blue, so I've already got those open, so the game probably won't offer me to collect any of those. So if I look in my inventory of what I can craft, I could already craft all that. Alright, so we're not finding any seed packs. We've already got all 4. What did we find here? Ah, another blueprint. So that would help us open up something or unlock something. Okay, I've got, I think, what I need. Alright, so that's a Fabio, that's a Chipto. I think I've got a Chipto, don't I? Chipto, right there. Sipho. Yeah, Sipho, right there. And a Fablo. Yeah, I've got a Fablo right there. Okay, so we don't need to open up those or collect one for a demo. Now sometimes they'll let you, you know, deconstruct those so that you can collect some more iron. Alright, let's see. We haven't been that way, so that would be the way out. Cause see, there's another stairs there. Of course, if you got a first level, they call it a torch, very European. And you can see they've got this in blocks, so until you have the T2 deconstructor, you can't even go in there. And we've got a locker. Oxygen, okay. That would be useful for a demonstration. Yeah, that's why I was showing you that you might want to use the easiest way to mark your path is putting down something like that. Of course, you might want to put it closer to the door and where you've got a branch, like say we want to go back this way. So we would want to drop one right there. And of course, you could also use the green ones. So it's kind of a good idea until you can start making the flares to bring some of those with you. Okay, isn't there a box back here somewhere? No, I guess not. Oh, but there is one of those where you get a circuit board once a later bit. Okay, so let's. Sometimes you have to jump through to get the places. I'm going to go ahead and collect these. Enough to where we can get in there. And there's where you can power up the ship and open up some of those portals. Well, I'm going to go ahead and collect that one since I've been dropping these to show how to get in and out of here. Now these work too. I probably should demonstrate that. Just about all of these rods will glow, so you can also use those in the same way. Collect another one. See, I don't. Let's see. Wait a minute. I think those glow also, don't they? I'll tell you what. We'll drop one right here. Turn off my light. Yep, they glow. So that's another thing you can use to find your way in and out. And you can use one kind of thing to indicate, like that one I would want to use in any spaceship that has a reactor in it. Now this one's going to take 3 of those fusion cells, energy cells. So I would want to use osmium if I can't make flares yet. Now the other thing you have in early gameplay, get all the way down here, is you got these area lamps. Now sometimes they won't let you put them down. See, right now they won't let it, and later on in gameplay they stop it completely. They won't let you use those anymore. In fact, I'll have to go outside to use them. Otherwise, I guess I couldn't demonstrate what you could do with them. Since they won't let me put it. Okay, there we go. We can put it at the entrance. So I wouldn't put it in the center because that'll block you from getting in. I put it off to the side. And then I'd use the R key to rotate the screen, the little pad down here where you can change the color. Now, if I've already explored this and I've emptied it out to my heart's content, then I would want to change the color to red. And then I'd want to left click right up here so it glows nice and bright red. Turn out my light. That would indicate to me that I've already emptied out this starship, or whatever you want to call it, and there's no need to go back in there again. That means I've gotten all the circuit boards I could possibly use, and this is probably where you're going to put your oxygen recharge station. So I'll go ahead and demonstrate that. And we'll put a door on it. So now notice what you gotta have to do this. You gotta have 2 iron and 1 titanium. And you gotta have, in addition to that, another iron, making it 3, another titanium, making it 2, and 1 silicon. And that's all you have to have in your inventory, or you have to take a chance that you're going to be able to find it close by. Now, of course, if you don't have enough power to get by, then you're going to have to put some up. Solar panels, whirlybirds, something. And of course, the better that you put up, then the better you'll be able to get by. And then if now that we're over here, oh, I didn't put up any rockets yet, did I? No, I didn't put up any satellites. So I can't really show you where I am on the map, but you're probably flying around like I am at some point with a jetpack. And yeah, I would collect that, so the next time I find a reactor inside of a structure, I can indicate that's where, and then you're going to find these. They're scattered all about. Now, you can't do this. You can't build into the ground unless they change the game. And of course, you're going to need a lamp. At first, your lamp is not going to be as good as mine. And you're going to want to investigate, and you're going to want to empty these out. So I probably need to demonstrate that just in case. This one's got a hidden wall. Nope, no hidden wall. Sometimes it'll let you collect the stuff that you find here. Huh. They won't let me set that back up and read it. Well, anyway, I could go back down some more and we can find more stuff. But see, I can't deconstruct that because there's stuff inside. So I have to take everything out of here. Now this other stuff, I don't really need it, but I'm going to have to lay it on the floor, I guess. Well, I'll tell you what. Since we would normally leave an indicator so we don't get lost, let's put one of these down. See there? You can even see it in the dark with no light. All right, that gives me, I think, enough space, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, actually, it doesn't. So I need to go over here. See, they won't let me take these. Maybe one day they will. All right, so let's start dumping stuff that I don't think I need for a demonstration. And then let's go over here and let's take this down. And nope, the walls do not come down. And of course, now this doesn't have a reactor in it that way I can power up, I don't think. But it does provide, well, in the normal game it would provide 2 oxygen to replenish your oxygen. And it gives you something about this one guy has been going around making in the ground camps. But now keep in mind this place is still barren rock, like it was when we first got here. And he's ran out of food, so of course he's getting hungry. He's lost all hope. I will move out of here. I'm terrified going outside again. It's so dark and cold. And this is the year he left this message. And you'll see all this later in your message traffic. All this stuff repeats. And there's another level down. Now, I could claim all this and I can read this. Body in irons in a dungeon and mentally imprisoned in one idea, one horrible, one hideous, one uncontrollable idea. I have only one thought, one conviction, one, what would that be? Certitude, condemned to death. Okay, let's see if by chance, I can't empty that one, can I? Let's see, I don't think this one has false walls. They won't let me claim all of those either. I could claim all that, but I've got so much stuff in my inventory already. Well, what would we want to keep? Ways to find our ways in and out? The other stuff I don't need? But now my inventory is full. I probably don't need to keep that. Yeah, I probably don't need to keep that. But that doesn't open up. Oh, I don't need any water. I don't get thirsty. Let's see, I've got more than one of those. Don't think there's any reason to keep more than one of those. We've got all the stuff that glows in the dark. Yeah, I don't think anything else glows in the dark. Okay. Now, if you want to get in here, you gotta deconstruct. Then you gotta go out here and look. Okay, so there's something that's useful. I don't think sulfur glows in the dark. Let's test that. Alright, so let's back up. Turn out our light. Get into inventory. Drop the sulfur. No, it doesn't glow in the dark, so there's no reason to collect it, I guess, since we're not playing a standard game. Alright, so there's our glow-in-the-dark item. And once you get where you need to go, you'd probably want to pick those up again. And now we're back into the lava fields. Now the lava fields has a pretty interesting starship and of course blue boxes. And it's got another one of these because we've got the detector. So we could pick up another key, warden key. That's another way that you can escape the game from Prime. Now if you want to get inside the starship, you have to go over here and climb in. You have to find a, there it goes, they let me in. Now you gotta be careful not to fall under the starship. So that, now there's nothing up in here that I've ever been able to claim in the command center or command module front where the captain would be. But there is two ways to go. And you're definitely going to want to right around here somewhere, and notice that it's at an angle, so you're going to be fighting the fact that these things are going to roll around. So I'm going to drop a rod. That'll be my indication how to get out. Don't roll around on me, alright? Now this you cannot remove. Now maybe later on a different starship you can, but, and then I'm going to want to do the same thing here. Well, I guess I got to get this out of my way first, because I'm going to want to go on the low side and off to the side. And since we've been using these, I'll just keep using these. Good, it's not going to roll around on me. So I can see that in the dark pretty good. All kinds of goodies. Now see, they won't let me take this down. So if I'm going to get anything that's back here, I have to go all the way around. But they've also got it upstairs. Oh good, I clicked another rod. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and collect that too. It's a good glow in the dark. Alright, now I've got the same problem. I want to make sure I mark this. Now this is the low side, so anything I drop in here is going to roll to that corner. So I've been using rods, but I'm starting to get short and I'm on a second level. So I would probably start dropping these. See how it rolls to the corner? Oh, look what they did to me. They let it roll right all the way through. There might be stuff in there. So you got to be aware of that. You might have to drop it and try to trap it behind this. So let's drop a rod. Oh, nice trap. It leads right up against it. Now, if we can power up this, that might open up and offer us a lot of goodies. And there's the, and it takes 2 of those power cells to, and let's see. This just happens to be a big square. So we could go back downstairs. Well, you don't need me to demonstrate, do you? Can't harvest from this, where you go all the way around this room. And there's the sleeping quarters. And what we got here? We got a tree, we got a food pack. Guess that's it. Alright, what kind of tree do we get? 125%. I'm gonna drop it. That's not very good. We'll do better later. See, you never really know how those things are gonna fall. Well, anyway, we're on it pretty. This goes all the way around, and we're right back where we started. Good place as any to go back down. But we might want to grab our indicator, like as if we're finished. And it shoved us back down already. No, there's no. Oh, we've already checked that for stuff that glows in the dark. And then we just find our way back out. Come on, let me. I know you'll let me pick that up. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Sometimes they're stubborn about letting you pick stuff back up. You have to keep moving around until it works. Alright, so we'll just pretend we went all the way through that spaceship. And this is how we get out. Now, you can get around to some of the areas in the spaceship, but other areas, for some reason, they did not leave permission. Now, as long as I have that indicator, I think I showed you that, this reward key and detector, then these are going to be popping up. Now when I leave the area, they'll disappear again. See, am I far enough away? No, it's still up there. But anyway, what I wanted to mention to you is that if you go far enough past this here, you'll start finding some unique ore. Unique rare ore. And you'll also find some unique stones. Oops. I don't want to go that way just yet. I want to go this way. There it is. There's the stones I want to talk to you about. See there? Osmium. Now there's only a couple of places you can find that besides this place. But usually what you want to do is you want to go up to on the high spot, maybe right in here somewhere, a little bit further up, and put you in another recharge. What I also call a rescue chamber. And notice it turns white It's not going to turn green on you, or it's going to be pink. And then of course you're going to want to put some drills here. Now if I remember right, the T1, the first level drill, won't do anything here except basic resources. Okay, let's go with that. See, we can't get too close to any ore or any stones. Yep, the only thing you'll collect here is basic resources. Now I want to put one right next to it, so I gotta get all this ore that might be in the way. Gotta collect it first. I wonder if they were thinking about having us collect gold at some point, 'cause that's what it looks like. Alright, let's build a T2 down, see what that does for us. Turn it around until there we go, side by side. Ah, T2 will work, but you're also going to get, since it's a T2 ore collector, you're also going to get basic resources. And then of course if we can put in a T3 ore collector, oh, it killed our power. And you could designate if you want basic or you want rare. And of course we would designate rare. And this would probably be a good place to put to save ourselves some time and space. Since this is the best we could do, we can't build a better one. I'll just put it right there. Okay, there's another rare resource you can't get except in a couple of places. Now, I should mention that there is a reward for falling into the lava. And believe it or not, there's going to be some frog and some frog eggs right here. But the frogs will have a bright red color with some stripes that makes them look like they're special on fire frogs. Okay, there's also some blue chests spread about. And if you want to go this way, you could find another tunnel. That's just getting back to where we were. And you'll find super alloy scattered about. Ah, here we go. Here's the tunnel. Do you see that? There was something glowing right there, trying to catch our attention, telling us we want to go in that tunnel. Now you don't have to if you don't want to. You can, keep following the landline, but they're trying to catch your attention so that you will go into this tunnel and investigate. Now the roof is kind of low, and you do get cut off if you don't go a certain way, and that certain way is like so. And of course you got the uranium all over the place. Then you go back up and see there's some more of that rock to indicate that if the ground is not rocky, this is okay. You could probably put another ore extractor right there, but of course I'd recommend you wait until you get a T3. And if you want to get through the shortcut, because that's what they're offering right there, you're going to have to put a heater in here. And I'll go ahead and put the biggest one they'll let me. No, I can't put that one in there. Alright, how about this one? No, that one has to go inside of a structure. So I won't be able to put in these other ones in here. See there? Now if I back up a bit and I put it in what I call a rescue shelter, I'm assuming they'll let me. No, it's not turning white or anything. I'm too close to some rocks or something. Okay, let's put it on this side, I think, because I don't want to be able to cut off my entrance too bad. Let's turn that out. Now we can go in here and we can probably put... No, our structure's not big enough. I think that one normally goes outside. So let's try... Oh, hey, we can put these outside. Can we put one that's a bigger one that's any closer? No, it looks like the rocks and stuff are getting in the way, doesn't it? I gotta find a taller ceiling. And I gotta find the right kind of ground. Oh, the ceiling's too short in here. Alright, see if I can find a proper ground. See, this entire map is made up of squares. So everywhere you go, a square is going to get in your way if the ground is not rocky. But we might be able to put it in here. There's no ceiling to worry about, but there are a lot of rocks. So I think that's... Oh, wait a minute, right there. That works. And there's super alloy. I probably should have cleaned up this spot first, I guess. But we got it in, so I'm cool. Alright, so now we got to find our way to get back there again. And I think I could go this way, if I remember right. Yep. There, they're trying to catch our attention. To tell us that we have an option to go this way. Okay, and we'll keep going to get back where we were. But as you can see, and you cannot, as far as I know, you cannot use any explosives to remove this. But it tells you that if you get your MTI, which is your terraforming score, up to 200, it'll melt. And obviously we're not that high yet as far as the game is concerned. So this tunnel, which is actually a shortcut to get to other places in the game, is not available to us right now. Now the fact that we put a heater out here and we've got one inside, eventually that will open up. But for now, I cannot demonstrate that particular tunnel. Now I did mention that there is a reward for getting yourself burnt in lava, didn't I? Just make sure that before you do that, you have a rescue shelter and you go into it. You only have to be in there a few seconds. Now if you get yourself into the lava and die, well, I guess in this particular mode I can't die. Okay, so let's see, we can fly back out of here. Yeah, in this mode I have unlimited health, unlimited thirst, and unlimited oxygen, so I cannot demonstrate that. Creative mode does have a lot of restrictions that are not normal to the game. Alright, let's see. Oh, we're back in the tunnel. We know that's blocked, so that's not going to happen. And this is one of the ways that you get back out. Now, once you get back out, there's that spaceship, and then there's our rescue shelter. If we go back up this way, we could find another place along these rocks that we can go across, and it's got that fancy osmium, and we can put up, well, what I would probably do is empty this box out. There's nothing there I need for a demonstration, I don't think. Oh, let's put this in there. I don't need to keep that, and I don't need to keep these. You're getting struck by. So you got hammered by the meteorite. Well, I think you're supposed to get a special attaboy for doing that by getting struck by a meteorite, just like you would get if you got killed off by the lava. But you do have to die, so remember the thing about going into a shelter nearby, staying there for about 3 or 4 seconds before you go get yourself killed, so that you'll reappear in there. And then, of course, if you have your default set a certain way, you're not going to get all of your stuff back. So you're going to lose some of it, depending on which game mode you're playing. All right, so now if I remember right, T1 does no good here. See that rock right there? See, it's part of that big square. So I can't have these two blend together. Unless, of course, I'm putting up a foundation. So let's demonstrate that. See there? The foundation doesn't care. It can share the space. Now that comes in handy, knowing that little detail. If by chance you want to put up some storage. You know, one of these, or one of these. Now you have to buy this one by Terra tokens through the trade rockets. So the best you will be able to do is be this one. And then of course I'd probably rotate it like so. And well, I could back it up a little bit more, but that's good. So what I would do is I'd come by and check on this. It's full of basic resources, and I would put them in here for storage. So that if I ever need that basic resource, I could, once I get my drones going, I'll have a little wheel that'll show up right here. And then I can tell the drones to come out here and collect those resources if I ever get to the point to where I need them. Now, I'm probably going to have trouble because of this stone right here, putting a T2 up here. Ore extractor. Yeah, see, oh, no, looky there, and let me do it. Okay, now, you can see it will collect the osmium automatically, but it's also, like all the other T2s that we demonstrated, it's going to collect a lot of basic resources, and there won't be all that much of these in here. If this thing was full, we might find 5, we might see 6, and sometimes we might see 7 of these, and then the rest of it will be basic resources. And of course, like before, if we put up 3, guess we'll have to do it that way. We can designate what we want. Any of the basics or the rare ore. And you can put one up over here too. And of course you want to, find a spot that's fairly flat, and you want to pick up any ore that might be in the way. Boy, I've given you guys a lot of information. Most of it is advanced information. But you will find in these cubby holes, they've got all kinds of stuff for you to collect. And you might not think these have value, but they do. Especially when you get up into doing certain kind of DNA changes to make better trees. And you might not think that you need to collect more than one of those, but you do. You're going to want to put in about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 bean farms at some point, so that you can make the high quality food and the soups and stuff. I think they call it the honey cooked beans. Now, do be aware that you're getting close to the edge of the map. Oh, that was sneaky. I thought I landed nicely, but it decided I was landed too high. Well, anyway, when you get into a situation like this, you're probably getting to the edge of the map. and they will not allow you to go any further without you falling off the edge, so to speak. So now what you want to do is you want to fly around until that goes away, because that part of the map is not developed yet and may never get developed. Now I had a rover and I drove that rover off the edge of the map into that area that never opens up. Now sometimes those areas will open up, but it won't do that until when you look out into the horizon, it looks like you're at one shoreline of Lake Erie or maybe an ocean. Now all of the water is drinkable, so if you got a water filter. So I got a sneaking suspicion it's be more like Lake Erie. It's fresh water. And of course we've been here before, and I demonstrated. Now we're slowly starting to get some water in the lower areas. So if you're going to clean out this, you want to clean out before the water gets too high. I've probably demonstrated using this as a way to find your way in and out of structures. And I've mentioned to you that if you go this way, once there's water over here and you sent off the correct rocket, the one that got a see-through section with fish in it, you'll be able to start finding sharkies. They like to hang out in this shallow area. That's why it's so flat. So just be aware that you can't build structure for your use just anywhere, because once it goes underwater, that's it. It don't work anymore. Here's another area that's going to fill in with water. So if you're going to look for blue chest, you want to do it before the water starts showing up. And like I was saying before, water doesn't normally show up this early in gameplay. It does for me because I put all those drills and stuff out, and we're getting back into one of the shortcuts that are open right now. Now I probably should show, if you go this way, you'll find the blue chest inside here. And I'll repeat again, I've never found a gold chest in this area, but there might be one. I just never found it. But if you hug the wall, the stone wall, and do this during the daytime, is easier, even though this is like permanent night in this area. See how it goes from day to night constantly? Well, anyway, hug the wall and go around this way during the daytime, and you'll end up back towards the lava fields. But if you don't go quite that far, you can find this abandoned settlement. And it has an underground part. It also has these structures. And if you can't get in, then you'll have to take the door down. You'll have to have a deconstruction tool. And normally you'll find a chest inside. Wow, look at all that super alloy. Well, my score's getting kind of high for the terraforming, so I would expect it to have all kinds of good stuff. Now, as long as they've got another tunnel, you will not find another false wall with something hiding behind it. Let's see, let's go ahead and deconstruct. Oh, we got something to read here. It's been harder than expected. The outside is toxic, and the seeds won't really grow underground. According to my calculations, the plants will be in a better position for terraforming in around 2 years. 2 years! I have to survive until then. Well, good luck there, buddy. I don't think that's going to happen. Well, anyway, see, he's been trying to grow some food, but they're not doing too well. Of course, that's the first level. It's not the second level. Grow tubes. Now, those are the second level. Oh, yeah, those are the second level. They got the top to them. Okay, so we got, this is his bed. Yeah, I like lurmacine. So what do you say this time? I'm supposed to find more uranium on this planet. I have looked everywhere without success. There's ice all over. Huh, I guess he never found the falling sands cave that's actually a tunnel that has 2 openings. He needs to sleep. Tomorrow will be better. Such a sentence for someone so small is inhumane. I don't deserve this. Okay. I wonder if he's the guy we found later. That rock on his back, over his legs and stuff. Double doors, huh? Well, we can get back up that way. We can get back up this way. Well, we haven't gone over here yet. Oh, there is a lower section, okay. Somebody is trying to get my attention. I see, what is that? Oh, that's the construction thing. And oh, he's going crazy. Look at this. Welcome to your side. Yeah, he's gonna post that message all over the place, isn't he? Yep. He made copies. Kind of look like iPads, don't they? Oops, I gotta. Huh. This place has got power. Oh, he did go crazy, didn't he? Yeah, he went crazy. Started putting the same message all over the place. Alright, and we have a false wall. You see that? So if you want to go into this chamber, you have to have the deconstruction tool. And then you get in and he's got more messages all over the place. You sent me here to die. Well, he can't send that out to anybody, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh my, look at this. You normally don't see this many rods in one spot. I wonder if I should go ahead and get a second one of those. I got a demonstration in mind. I think I'm going to need that. I should be collecting these too, so I can show you the unlocking process. So we'll grab that one. But I really would be surprised if that works, since I'm playing creative mode and everything is already unlocked. I'm also surprised. I don't think there's any more false walls. I'd probably have to empty that out. But with this table here, I'd be real surprised if there's false walls. I think we discovered the only false wall we're going to find. Okay, now we need to go upstairs some more. We pretty well come to the end of this tour. And we're getting close. There we go. Well, anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what you can find. Now, there's more on the map, but I really need to get back to the main base, the headquarters, and show you more demonstration of terraforming and what happens. Let's see, did this open up? Must not be in the right spot. I think there's another shortcut along this wall here. If you're going to find a shortcut, you're going to find it along one of the tall walls. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't take you in here yet, did I? Okay, well anyway, this is where you'd want to put in another rescue shelter to replenish your oxygen in early game. Later on, you'll probably start taking these down like I said before. This is where you can get some more uranium. Now you could also make rockets that will call down uranium. Oh, I used up all my rods. I better collect that one. I guess I better collect that one too. Well, anyway, you could come in here and you could pick up all the uranium you want, but at some point, you're going to want to try your ore extractors. Now, since I've demonstrated for the other places, I might as well demonstrate it for here. Remember how I told you everything's big squares? And that's why you can't get up too close sometimes? Oh, look at that. I got a lot closer than I thought I was going to be able to. And again, the only thing you get with the first level ore extractor is basic resources. And it's the same thing as the other places. When you get into T2, you can actually start collecting more than basic resources. You'll get some uranium. But again, there won't be that many pieces. And oh, I might have to put the T3 on this side, because that looks a little too tight right there. Okay. And as usual, we killed it. But we can go ahead and designate that this cave, which is actually a tunnel because it provides shortcuts, will only supply one extra rare resource. That's it. You'll have to go to other places to do better. And we'll go ahead and do like we've been doing. Okay, and notice it's got a ceiling. So this cave, I think, does not have a escape tunnel. Oh, I'm wrong. There it is. No, that's the way you get in. So it's a one-way in, one-way out type of deal. Now there's another place where you can harvest. Yeah, it's a one-way in, one-way out. And for some reason, you have no light penetrates. Now, the other thing I should probably show you while I'm here, if I'm in the right spot, is there's a shortcut. No, I'm not in the right spot for the shortcut. That's just a loop. The shortcut would be over here. Yep. But you could also go that way to get back to the common start point. So let's show you how this works. Then you got a little hairpin tin, turn, then you do it again, and there's your aluminum fields right above. And then of course you got this area that's full of columns, which I brought you to before. So let's go back through and show you the other way. You get the same spot. All right, the other way you go is up this way. Now this is significant because you've got a nice little indicator over there with that. I don't know if that's supposed to be a crashed space station or what it is. It kind of looks a little bit like a SG-1 gate, and then you got a satellite down here. You got some stuff in here that you can pick up. And it'll be here if you don't happen to get here before it fills up with water. And was there a blue crate in here? No, I guess that's it. Now remember, as long as you don't take anything out of there, the contents will improve. I don't think what you will find in there later gets canceled if you look inside, but I could be wrong about that. Okay, now if we keep going this way, you'll go through the aluminum fields, and you'll also go through the area where most people start their gameplay, like I was showing you before. And if you go up in here, you can have an area where you can explore. And it's very common for people to put on this high side a rescue shelter. And primary purpose is temporary because we need to refill our oxygen. And this one's not all that excuse me. This one's not all that big, but it has some stuff in it. Now that would probably not improve the contents because I centered everything up. Now we've had, oh, that's dirty pull. They took, well, I was going to show that they had a meteorite storm come in and throw down some uranium, but it's not there now. So anyway, if we go this way, you see the aluminum fields, and for whatever reason, we're starting to show some moss on the ground. But also notice there's something hiding in here. But we have to use explosives, just like it says, to get to it. Otherwise, that's all we can see. And it's going to be pretty close to the spot where you start if you play the basic game and you don't do something like I did where I set creative and I want to see, there's another one of those warden keys. And there's the first spaceship wreck you'll probably investigate, looking for food seeds. And if you use this technique to build up nice and high, you will have the ability to make a really, really big base, a huge platform. And there's all kinds of stuff, whoops, there's all kinds of stuff you can put on that platform. Now, some stuff cannot be put on that platform. It has to touch the ground in some way. And then you also got this option where you could build out. Now, normally I build it a little bit higher. And the reason why I build it higher is because there's some stuff I want to put under it. See how some of that framework is in the ground? Or I should say in the water. See, that's not going to be good for me. So let me show you what you got to do. If you built kind of low like I did, because you can have your entire base here, right on top of the water, is take all of this down and then start with the ramp. Alright, so we'll have to use the R or the T key to rotate it. Come back a little bit. Go as high as you can. Well, not that high. About like so. See, we're slightly above the ground, but not much. And then do another ramp. You'll have to turn around. Now, ramps will lock together, and they'll show you they're locked together. But if you put a flat or a standard foundation, it doesn't show that. Unless you go up tall. But see, I don't want to go up tall. Oh, it did work this time. Huh, I wonder why I had trouble before. Well, anyway, we're pretty high right now. So let me go ahead and continue with this demonstration. And I'll even turn and go sideways for a while. And remember, I'm holding down the control key a little bit. And I'll demonstrate why later on in gameplay, after you've played probably less than 20 hours, but close to 20 hours, why you would want to do this. Alright, one more. Alright, so now we'll get off of this. Now you see how high above the water we are? That's higher than we need to be, but later on in gameplay, what you're going to want to do is you want to put down water collectors, which are kind of small. See, no problem there. They're not all that tall. And then once you get your drones, you'll have that little wheel here, so they'll come out here and they'll collect the water for you. And these are what you want to be building above. Now you want to get these out about like so. And see, there's no interference, because if this is structure, this platform is any lower, I wouldn't be able to do this. And of course what I would do is I put another one in, and I would probably put it about there, and I'd probably put in 3 or 4 more, and more water collectors and stuff. And I would keep them fairly close together, because if I put an auto crafter here, right here on this platform, I don't need drones to collect for me. The auto crafter can collect the algae and the water from any source that it can reach. Now I'm going to try to demonstrate this. Oh, it's not letting me show it, is it? That circle, its reach is pretty large. Now what I want to collect this way is algae. Where is the algae stick? Well, I'll be darned, it's not showing it. It is showing the water, but I don't need to craft that at this stage. So I guess we're not warm enough. See there? It's telling us we still need to collect ice if we want to make water to drink. Yeah, so it's telling me that we haven't put down enough heaters. But anyway, in order to auto craft the algae, you need two things: 3 water and 3 algae. So you're going to have to put more than just a couple of the T1, T2 algae. I'm actually surprised that if we're that cold, that the lake isn't frozen over and would not allow me to put algae out here. But it's growing algae. It's just only 16%. Maybe algae is cold tolerant. But see, you can put these fairly close together. Alright, now how can I demonstrate the range of that auto crafter? Well, I could also put more than one of them here, so let's go over this far. We could go further, of course. Let's put one over here. Oh, it's not hanging over either rail. Well, okay. Can you see that range better? See, if I go too high, it won't let me show it. So you can be growing algae all the way out to where you see the last green circle. Of course, it doesn't make sense to go out that far. You don't need to normally. And we can also grow more right here. So we would want to put down more water collectors. And I have a tendency to put them close to shore, but you don't have to. But you can also put them kind of side by side like this. See there? Now once we get warm enough, because see, we don't really have moss on the ground yet. It's starting to show it in places, but not all that much. See, did I put a heater in here yet? No, I didn't, even though this is a natural place to put a heater. So let's put the best heater I can make, which would be this one. Ooh, I can't get too close. There's quite a bit of things in here. There we go. We got as close as we can. In fact, we're actually up against it pretty good, aren't we? But they won't let me get too close to that hill. And I gotta take this out of the way first. I don't see any other rocks, but I might still be too close. Nope. It's right there. It'll let me put it right there. But if I rotate it just a little bit, it doesn't work anymore. So it's... Oh, unless I back up. Okay. Right there. It did let me go into this hillside a little bit, but that's it. Alright, so this one is no longer blocked by ice. And there's another one over here. This acts like a tunnel. providing more than one access point. And this one is no longer blocked by ice. And now we're back to the front edge. Yeah, see, we're back up to the front of the falling sands. So our terraforming score with those two heaters out there like that is going to increase by quite a ways. Now, I haven't taken you to the other end of this desert area. I kind of hope I showed you stuff in the proper sequence of when it will be valuable information to you. Because there's a lot of things you can't do with the basic game until your terraforming score gets up. Okay, we've already got enough heat. We've got water collecting. And we've got the waterfalls are stored. Now this is another place. Oh, there's another one. Warren Key. This is another place that's fairly flat. And once the ice is cleared, you will probably want to put a rescue shelter up here. Turn off my lamp here. So let's do that. Because you're gonna struggle with that oxygen supplied thing for quite a while. And then let's go over to this waterfall. Now this one's a little different. It's got all these resources, including ice. And this ice is gonna stay here for quite a while. And if we go over to this side, we will find another place. It's probably a tunnel entrance. Another shortcut. So we have to blow with explosives all this away before we can find out what's behind there. And until we do, no matter how good, how developed our score is on terraforming, that will not open up until we explode it. Now there are other ways to get around in here that they might still be blocked with ice. Because a lot of these are shortcuts. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff back in here. And we put us a little shelter right over there. That's a slightly larger area than this area. Or at least it looks larger to me. It may not be. But it's nice and flat. That's usually what you're looking for. So if you decide to build this up and make it bigger, you've got plenty to work with. Alright, there's our arches over there, and I believe that's the arches that were telling us that we were in an extended desert area, and that's where we put our headquarters. Now that might be the arches you need to use to find the quartz caves, which also act like tunnels. Yeah, I think those are the ones that point to the quartz caves. Now, I think earlier, probably more than an hour ago, I showed you this one over here that you can explore and pillage and loot stuff from. And we used some explosive to clear the entrance. But now if we go this way, you see you got a broken arch right there, and you got those that are not broken. So what you want to do is you want to get down here, and that looks like it might have been part of the original arch, or maybe something up there. But anyway, you want to get down here in this low spot, and now that we've got water in here, it's actually a little easier to find. So you go inside here, you got some more uranium, and of course it turns into night, and it's actually a shortcut. See there? So it's another way to get to the quartz caves. Some people call these the rainbow caves, but here's your quartz. Now, the one thing that I don't think you can do in here, well, let's try it. I don't think they'll allow you. Oh, I was wrong. Now, what will it collect? Only basic resources. So it will not collect the quartz. But notice that the ground is sandy right here. So let's back up a little bit. It's pretty shallow right in here. Let's get this out of the way also. Come on. Alright, let's see if we can put a T2 ore extractor. Did I see it turn green? Oh, there we go. We're a little bit too far over, so that's as close as we can get. And it's only going to collect basic resources. Alright, now let's try a T3. Oh, it turned green. Look at that. Alright, will it let me... Oh, only basic resources. Well, if that don't beat all. That is very disappointing. So, these, I guess, won't do you any good in here. You're going to have to collect these by hand. But anyway, what you want to look for when you get in here, after you've collected all the pulsar that you can, is you want to look for ways to go to other places. See, here's another way we could have come in here. Now let me get up here. You see how that arch is broke? It's kind of pointing you to this direction right here. But if you go high, you might not notice that down low there's an entrance. If you do notice and you go in, you'll find the quartz, the pulsar. But if you go over this way, you will find laser. It's another type of quartz you want to collect. Well, this was called Matastar, so that's the dark stuff. Blazer is a very light blue. Now we could go back this way and we could find some more tunnels, some more boxes, and eventually we'll find 2 more types of quartz to collect. Oh, that's a dead end. But if I remember right, we have to go up higher. That's all blocked in, so that's not going to work. Let's go over here. Is there any high entrances in here? No, this has got a ceiling on it, and I don't see any openings. Alright, let's go back to this one then. And do the same thing. If I remember right, there's another shelf. Is that it? Well, it is a shelf, but it doesn't seem to be providing access to anything. Oh, somebody's sending me messages again. Because they know I'm online playing. They probably don't know I'm doing a demonstration. A how-to video. Well, where is that shelf? There's another shelf that will allow you to get to another type of quartz. I wonder if by chance I gotta get up here first. That looks like Blazer down there. Yep. I do believe this is Blazer. Let's see. Yep, that's Blazer quartz. Now there's one more that we need to find. And it's going to be in this area. Of course, there's boxes all over the place. I'm not seeing an opening in this ceiling anywhere. Well, maybe I should leave that for you to discover on your own, huh? Because this is getting kind of long, this video. And there is a ton more to show you. A literal ton. Oh, here we go, solar. We found it. This is where you pick up your solar quartz. But if I remember right, you cannot put an ore extractor in here either. Let's try it. We'll start with the one like we normally do. Basic. Let's try a 2. See, the ground would suggest that we could put an ore extractor in here. Oh, come on. I just had one in here. That's not going to let me put it in, is it? This is one of the things that I found a little aggravating, that they wouldn't let you put an ore extractor so that you would have basically unlimited supply of this quartz. Okay, how about a T3? Oh. Killed my power again. Nope, just basic stuff again. So for whatever reason they decide not to allow us to have an unlimited supply of quartz. Frustrating, but what can you say? Because once you pick up all these little ones, that's it. That's all you can have. Unless you can use explosives or something on these. I don't think you can. I didn't bring any with me, so I don't know. But anyway, this is a tunnel system. And there's the shelf I was looking for. Or one of the shelves I was looking for. But this is a quite a tunnel system. You might think it's just a, locked in cave, but it's not. Of course, earlier in the game, this is going to have a lot of problems with these tunnels being blocked by ice. Huh, that looks different. Huh, looks darker than the other place where we were. So I guess that means there's more than one place to get solar quartz. You just have to go around these tunnels. Now you're going to want to not get lost in here if you're still early enough in the game to where you don't have an unlimited supply of oxygen. So you're going to have some way to mark your trail. Now it is true that if you could get back to the entrance, you can use some of this to mark it. And you can use some solar in the same way. I think if I remember right, all of the quartz do glow in the dark. Okay, and the entrance we would be wanting to mark would probably be this one. And you already know of the different options. You've got anything that glows in the dark, like this. Oops, I need to drop it. See there? Even during the daytime you can see it. But it will roll until it finds a low spot. And sometimes it will disappear. So you might want to use a rod instead. Oh, and I don't have any rods. But you also have the choice of dropping one of these quartz. So let's demonstrate that. Now sometimes they will roll too far away to do you any good. Oh, that didn't roll very far, did it? So anyway, there's different ways you can mark your entrance. And then when you get inside, you might want to collect some quartz to mark your path. Because there's all these different tunnels you can, use. So I would probably put one probably right about here somewhere. Now it's going to roll downhill, so I would probably want to trap it between these two rocks. See, the quartz doesn't roll quite as easily. Now let's demonstrate what happens when you use something that's more round. Oh, that must be a pretty flat level area. It's not rolling at all. Okay, so let's go maybe up here on the high spot. And, oh, it'll have to be this. I'm out of the other stuff. So if it comes to a place that's basically level, it will stop. I need to drop these anyway. I don't need to keep these. Now see, everything rolls. Sometimes you scratch your head and say, well, why is that rolling? It's got such an odd shape to it. I'll tell you what, we'll pick this up. Oh, that must be a fairly level spot then. Because normally, even if you remove an obstacle like that, it will continue to roll. Even though it had stopped, it will start rolling again. Okay, well anyway, I think I've demonstrated that pretty good. Let's see, what else should I demonstrate? Well, if you follow these rivers, you'll find more, stuff kind of tucked away in the corners. And if you do this before the water and the ice starts forming, see, here's another place where you get some more pulsar quartz. And that looks like Blazer down there. So you just have to keep flying around and looking around to see what else you can find. Now usually you can fly up these falls, because as long as you point up tall enough, reach for the sky, so to speak. And this is actually a good place to build a base. Primarily because it's got a lot of flat land. There's one of our emergency shelters. There's another one. Now it showed ice up here, but now that we're here, it took the ice away. But that's probably a quirk unique to the mode I'm playing right now, which is different than regular. But you'll find more. See that? It kind of showed us that there's something back there, but we'll have to have explosives to get into it so that we can loot it. And basically what you want to do is you want to stick close to these walls, because that's where you're going to find another entrance. Now this one's another falling sands type entrance, And you see what's in here? But the fact is, it's a tunnel system with more than one exit. Now, some of these areas come to a dead end. Yep, see here? It's got a box in here. Nah, I'm going to go ahead and collect that. Even though it probably won't do me any good to. So that's, and that means that you might want to drop something right in here that glows to indicate that's a dead end. I'll leave it up to you what to say. I'll just drop that there. But of course it's rolling. It might come to a stop, and then again it might not. That's why I like to use flares. Where you drop them, that's where they stay. Unless it's on top of a grate. If it's on top of a grate, it probably will disappear on you. Alright, now let's see. There's supposed to be, I do believe, 2 different ways to go. That's the entrance. So let's see, did we miss it? Yep, right there, that rock, dividing rock. You can't clear that one without explosives. And it's another dead end. So I guess we don't have the second option available to us until we come in here and use explosives. And then there's this way that we could go, which is also a dead end, with another crate in there to open up and loot. Alrighty, now you see these pillar rocks? It's pretty common to find those blocking the entrance. So if you're not going real close to the rocks, you may not notice that there's another entrance there. Now this is what they call a shelf, so that you can fly across it, and then you can stop from time and look down. Now you see where I'm pointing? That's another future frog pond. You'll recognize them after a while. They all look the same. Okay, now this will gain water in it, but we've got to do a lot more heat and melt a lot more ice. We got a good start on it because we've melted quite a bit already. But I think what I need to do is I need to go... Yeah, let's go on this side first. If the ice is melted... Oh, yep, here we go. See, here's another tunnel entrance. Now this is going to fill up with water, so what I'm showing you right now will become basically a dead end for you. But you've got 2 areas. This one's a dead end, and if we go this way, it's a shortcut. See there? You see where we are? Now if I go this way, it might be more obvious to you because you'll see all those waterfalls and stuff that we were just going through. And right up there, you could kind of, can you see the middle of my screen? That's the falling sands where I showed you you would need the explosives to open up the other tunnel. And right over there, it kind of shows you that there's a spaceship or something, some kind of a structure where you can loot if you have explosives. And then off in this distance, you can see the thing that I thought about, SG-1. What they call it? They call those teleporters? Well, it's a TV series, SG-1, and they also started with the movie. Now you see that little piece of metal that's got a round appearance to it? There's a starship in there that you can get to, but that's also a maze area. So you're going to need a lot of flares or something to keep from getting twisted around in there. That's a pretty good maze. And if we point back over this way, there's the arches, and you know that over in this area, somewhere in there, if you can see this, my dot in the center of my screen, that's where we found the quartz. And of course this is over here is another considered to be a desert area. And here's another, starship that you can loot. It's a pretty good sized one. So you're going to want to go through the front end of it, but you want to look for a opening that's big enough. So this one's big enough, that one's big enough, that one's not big enough, and then you're going to have to hang over to the left hand side. Otherwise you're going to get stuck. And as before, going up there, there's nothing for you to get off with. And it's just like another starship I showed you back in the lava area. It's got basically the same structure inside, and you access it more or less the same way. Now I'm not sure what this is supposed to be, but I think it's supposed to show the world where you can look down on it. And of course right here we go through, and it's pretty common to find somebody has put what I call a rescue shelter right up here, but they might want to go a little bit higher depending on if they plan on making the structure bigger later. There's really no need to make these bigger, because you're going to at some point figure that taking the resources back would be a better thing to do. But also, like I've said before, everywhere where you put something like that, you're going to want to have a supply of water. So you get a, see how big that square is? So you want to put one of these up so you can collect water. That way you got oxygen in the shelter, you've got water outside in that big funnel looking thing. So all your basic needs other than food. Now for food, everywhere where you put one of these are mandatory structures in early gameplay, and later on of course they're not necessary. You've got a food maker. Now at first you're going to have to do the first level one, and you got to pay attention to the arrow, and you're going to want at least 3 of them in here. Sometimes you can get by with 2, but it depends on what you're eating. Now I'll go ahead and demonstrate here. The first thing you normally find is eggplant, so you put one in there. Later on in the game you might get lucky and find some squash, so you'll put that in there. And then even better when you find some bean seeds. Now we've also got some mushrooms, so I'll go ahead and put that in here too as a quick demonstration. Now later on of course you're going to want to use these because everything grows faster, but it also requires more energy. And we'll put the mushrooms over there. Now, well, we're going to have to wait a while, aren't we, for this to do anything? Well, we'll just pretend that this is a basic outpost that we're going to need for more than the first 20 hours of gameplay. Yeah, I like that. It's okay if it leans, but I don't know, I just don't like it. Of course you could put it on top of the building. That's another option. Let's do that. You gotta be able to get up here, of course, and then you're gonna need to be able to get far enough away, and my building is not big enough. Ooh, that's actually a better spot for it, isn't it? Yeah, I like that spot. We'll just leave it there. Now, it does take a while for this to open up. The atmospheric water collector. Now you remember how I showed you to check for stuff and when it's going to open up? Maybe I shouldn't do this here and go back to the main base first. I'll leave that alone, but I'm going to need these seeds. So I'll just take the seeds out. There's no need to take the food makers out, or food growers. I just need the seeds. Okay, let's see if we can get back to our main base, because I think that might be, well, it'd be a permanent installation for one thing, and the other detail would be the fact that we're not going to move from there anytime soon. It's kind of hard to see the stone structures that I'm using to guide me back to my base. There's one. See, it looks like it kind of like a cross. There's another one and another one, and we're back to my main base. And we've got some flashing going on. I wonder what that's all about. Okay, so here we go. This is your main base, and of course this is where you want to put in your water supply, like we started, excuse me, oxygen supply to start with in early gameplay. You remember that? We start off with this one. And then after this other option unlocks, we want to use it because everything grows faster. And when we did this one, it had to go outside. Could not put it inside. And I think I brought back enough of these to do this demonstration. Because until you have something growing in there, it's not going to do much as far as showing you details. When you get close enough and that little pop-up window shows up. Alright, now there I want to do the food growers. Here we go. First one. And then I want to do the second one also. T2 food grower. Okay. We'll put the beets in here. We'll put the, usually the squash is your next best one. And then we'll start doing some more T2s. Alright, so we've got the squash in there. We'll put the, I guess I'll put the mushrooms in that one. And then we'll put the beans in that one. Now it's going to take a little while for those to grow up, so I could show you some interesting details about each other. But the T1, see the cost in kilowatts, 15. And the growth speed is 0.6. So it's not very fast. Whoops. And this one gives you a 1.1, but it costs 29.5 kilowatts. Of course, all these are going to say the same thing. And we won't be able to get any more information out of this, I don't think. Except if we get close enough and we get the center of our screen dot. I don't know if you can see that or not. It tells us it's only 34%, 35%. See, they're growing pretty fast in the T2. But in the T1, they're not growing quite so fast. Now, each of those vegetables, each of them have a different capability. They have a different advantage and benefit. Alright, I don't think there's anything else I could demonstrate out here that I've not already demonstrated. Uh-oh. Oh, we created a... Yeah, we created one of those. All right. Well, we're going to jump ahead and we're going to figure you've played more than, say, 30 hours of the original game. And we'll show you something you're going to want to do. And I'm going to do it over here on this last one. We'll get back in and we'll do us a farm. Right there. Outdoor farm. Now, normally you have to have, like it showed, a bee. Oh, I killed it. Okay, well anyway, if we get close enough to this or this, we'll get that little pop-up window. And we can load in our bean seeds or any other seed we have. I'll demonstrate on this one too. See there? Either one offers you the opportunity. Now nothing's going to happen since we don't have any power here now. We used up all of our power. So let's go ahead and put another one of these in. And of course you would have to keep playing until you were allowed to put another one in. And that looks about, that's as close as I could get it. Alright, so now we got plenty of power. And we should start seeing some beans pop up. Wonder how long it's going to take. Well, anyway, the next thing that's real important to us is honeybees. Now, if I remember right, we could put honeybees up here on this platform, or we could put them in contact with the ground. Let's see. Yep, we could put them up here. And they will instantly start making honey. But keep in mind, the little wheel that tells the drones what to do, collect or something, it's got either two choices. It's got a demand choice or a supply choice. And in this case, it'd be a supply choice. Okay, but you also have a T2 beehive. Now, the nice thing about the B2 beehive, besides the fact that it's bigger, wow, I didn't think it would let me get that close, is it will not only do honey, but it will also do bee larvae. So when the T2 opens up, you may already have anywhere from 6 to 10 of these out because you're trying to do some auto crafting. So what I'm going to do, since the beans are the things that grow the slowest, and I think we can actually see them, the little bitty beans down there. There it is, 22%. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you one of the things, well, I've already said this, hadn't I? That if you have an autocrafter close enough, you don't need drones. Now, what are we going to make right here? Well, what we're going to make right here is the food, the high quality food. And you see we need honey and we need beans. Now, as long as we've got honey nearby and we've got beans growing nearby, we don't need drones. Now, I don't have honey nearby, so what I would do is I put in another honey hive. And I would use the first level one, even though it's slower. Right, whoa, well, I guess it overhang a little bit, it probably won't matter. So as soon as there's honey available and there's beans available, it'll start making high quality food. Now, the only other thing that would be important to me is I would have trade rockets earning Terra tokens so I could open up T2 locker storage. And I'd want to put one of these in, like so. And then I would come up here to the front and I would say high quality food. Of course, you can put any food you want to in here. And I can't tell the drones to collect it But I can't really tell this to demand it either until I do have some drones. But what I have not tested yet is, can I get by with totally without drones? Well, I'm going to move this forward a little bit, or at least try to anyway. Oops. Alright, now I have to get to the side to see how much it overhangs. I guess I could have moved it closer, but I wouldn't think, I don't know, it's got a limited range, doesn't it? Well, no, wait a minute, it's got green circles that goes way, way out there. Let's try that without doing drones and see if it'll collect from both sources, because I cannot set a demand on this yet. I don't have any drones, or I don't have a drone station. Right now it's telling it can see the autocrafter, it can see the beehive, it can see the silkworms generator, it can see the farm, and it can see another autocrafter. Where have I got another? Maybe I've got another autocrafter within range. Well, I don't see it on this floor. Let's go upstairs. I don't remember putting one in here either. Huh, I don't have any idea where it sees another autocrafter. Because I don't have another autocrafter nearby, as far as I can tell. Oh, what am I thinking about? It's right there. I put the wrong thing here. That was supposed to be the supply, where we're gonna, the storage locker, T2 storage locker. Alright, let's get around here to the side here. Well, we could put it there, it's still yellow and not red. But I don't like putting stuff that close together if I could help it. So there is a comfortable, even though it shows the machines are kind of encroaching on each other's space. The game allows it, so it's not cheating. So what we put here would be the high quality food. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to hold off putting in, it's only got the one, yeah, it's only got the one honey. I'm trying to remember how much. Let's see, we're 83%. Let's see, don't want to change it. I guess I have to wait until there's a high quality food in there. Well, while we're waiting on that, we do have the ability to make one oxygen multiplier. Now, we don't have much out here in the way of producing oxygen. All of that's inside. And it's all upstairs. And it's over here. Okay, now we did put in 8 of those, didn't we? Well, anyway, for now I want to put these in here because they don't really have a bonus to them. Normally I would use something that has a bonus like this or any of these, and I would especially want to use these because they got a 600% bonus. And then what I would want to do is I'd want to, right here in the center, I would want to make optimizer. But since I've got 3 fuses, let's make the bigger one. This one right here. See, that's part of the reason why, whoops, that's the wrong machine. That was the T2. T1. Okay, here we go. T1. You can only put one fuse in there. It's going to cost you some energy per second. See there? But this one is the better one. And it costs 3 times the energy per second. But we do have 3 fuses, so we'll get more bang for our buck, so to speak. And we do have 3 fuses that are oxygen multipliers. Insert this fuse in an optimizer to boost the performance of nearby machines, and it's only going to benefit the oxygen generating machines. So this is obviously the best place to put that. Now let's run over. Well, maybe I should have shown you what the oxygen production cycle was before I put that in. But there's our oxygen right there. Right now it doesn't seem to be making very much progress, but it is starting to speed up a little bit. Now we're already maxed out on our oxygen because of the infinity symbol. If you look at the lower left, the line that says O2, it's got that little infinity symbol. So we can put living creatures of any kind out in the wild, or out in the let's see, how long have I been on, Ted? Oh geez, I'm not really sure. I'm trying to think. You didn't come in for a while. Now if I'm reading this analysis, I'll tell you what, let's put this on this for a second. Let me change over here. Does it tell me? No, it doesn't. It doesn't tell me. But if I'm reading this right, I probably started somewhere around 11 o'clock my time, 11 p.m. And it's what, 4 in the morning now? So that's probably the best I could do, because you didn't come in until about, it looks like about 11:40, 11:45 or so my time. So if I did start at 11 and it's now after 4, I've been going for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. A little more than 5 hours. Wow. I didn't think I was going that long. And there is so much more to show. Holy Toledo. I don't know, you think I should stop here and make it a part 2 or something? Of course, I'm assuming you didn't post that comment all that long ago and you're still watching. Oh, look what it did. Hey, isn't that cool? The mountain disappears depending on how far away I am. Let's go back inside for a second. No, it's staying put now. Well, anyway. See, we put the first level, yeah, generic. Oh, no, this is a T3, isn't it? Because it only collected 1 resource. Yeah, it's a T3. It's got the little screen where you decide what you want to collect. Now, normally in a situation like this, and I want to empty it and have it collect something else, I would put a foundation down, and then on top of that foundation, I would put storage. And since I've got this already unlocked, I would put it on here. See how's it? Let's go to the side here. See how's it look. That looks pretty good. And then I would label this miscellaneous. Now some people label theirs upload, so that other players, if they have a multiplayer game going, can put anything they want in there. And then the drones or the one of the players that manages the storage would take things out of there and organize it. So in my case, well, I'd want to change this first. Say, okay, I want to collect cobalt from here on out. So I would empty it, bring it over there and put it all in there. And eventually, we would come over here and we'd find a bunch of cobalt. Once it fills up, of course, it stops. And then we could do all the resources that we can get from that particular location. Now, let's see. We've got these. Will it actually use these? Oh, it does. It acts like it's a normal game. Yep, it sure does. But it's going to start over. Now, what else did we unlock that we should be demonstrating? We're well past these. Yeah, we haven't done anything about the bedroom. We've already put those up. Oh, we haven't done the launch platform. Yeah, maybe we should do that next. Yeah, we've already been using those. So let's demonstrate that. Alright, so we go to Q. We find the launch platform. It's right there. Now I've got the pin blueprint. So I'll right click on it and it puts it right up there. Now, if I was playing a normal game, I'd have to collect all that first. But I don't think it's going to require me to do that. I wonder if I could make it fit right in here. No, it looks like the launch platform's too big. It won't fit. Yeah, it won't fit right there, so I have to put it somewhere else. And it turned green for a second right over here. Oh, let's cancel it for a second. Oh, we might have a problem with these. These might prevent us from putting it here. I thought I saw it turn green for a second there. I guess I picked a bad spot because I got all these rocks in the way. And they're not going to let me put this down here. So I guess the first thing we got to do is get away from all these rocks. Oh, that's what it is. It's reflecting. I wonder if it'll fit right in here. I probably have to take all these resources out of the way first. They act just like the rocks do. They prevent you from building. Alright, let's see. Let's go. Oh, that's a normal rock. And I probably have to get this out of my way too. Alright, so let's see. We've got a low spot over here that really won't interfere with anything because it's kind of a mess. So let's go ahead and dump all the stuff down here. Alright, now let's get the box. Gotta empty it out. And remove it. And let's do the same thing there. Let's dump. Come on, let me fly. Oh, that's right. This is the area where you can't fly. There's a problem. I forgot about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and dump all this stuff that we don't really need to do a demonstration with just yet. I thought I put that in there. Maybe I didn't. And let's go ahead and put all this down there too. Huh, I thought I put that in. Well, I guess I didn't. What can I say? Alright, let's go back this way and see it. Oh, I can't go back this far. I don't have this area cleared. Let's see if we can put our launch platform right in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got us a spot. But we've got to maneuver it around. Where's the stairs at? It likes that spot right there, doesn't it? How's that look? Oh, I'm back in that area where you can't fly. Alright, let's see if it'll let me launch rockets, since I haven't launched any. Alright, then we just left click to get up there on top. I don't know if that dirt's going to get in the way or not. It might. Alright, so let's go into our inventory. I don't see anything that's going to interfere. But anyway, the first rocket we want to launch is this one. And these are the resources you would have to have. Now what I normally do is I right click up here, because I don't need that anymore. And then I right click here and it gives me the recipe. And then if I'm going to launch more than one rocket, and I have more than one ability to pin, and I do. In fact, I think I could do number 4. Yep. So those are all the recipes I would want to fill before I come back up here. So I'll go here and I'll left click. It'll assemble the rocket. And then we come here and we push the big red button. Uh-oh. Oh, we've got rock overhangs, so that's going to interfere. You know what? I better rebuild this place. The rockets will eventually, you know, find their way, but I kind of like the idea of getting away from the, so we don't have any interference problems. Oh, you see that? You see those asteroids that are falling? You see how they got that special little star that shows up? Those are specials. They're quartz, or they might be super alloy. Since there's more than one of them, I'm going to assume it's super alloy coming down. Let's get back to this. And let's build you... where's the place? Because we got a lot of overhangs, we got that there too. I should have picked a better spot. Alright, so where's the ladder at? I saw it turn green for a second there. There we go. But I'm going to want to turn it around. Back up a bit. Try to get a spot that's not going to touch a rock anywhere. Oh man, maybe I've got my cursor up to sensitive. Man, half of it's buried. Yeah, let's find us another place. We might have to rebuild our base. I'm gonna have to look for a flatter space, because it's gonna really hamper the demonstration if I don't. We're in the what I call the dust cloud wall. But this does have a fairly open spot once all these resources are picked up. They've got a lot of stuff, but I'll tell you what, we'll do like we did before. We'll pick up all the resources we can, and we'll clear off this pad right here and see if we can get it in here. Because we don't have an overhang there on this side of it. Okay, now I gotta find a place where I could dump these resources so they won't be an issue. Alright, so we'll just dump them right here. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna stay put goods. I should be able to get my launch platform. Oh, there is a little bit of an overhang there, isn't there? So I can't get too close to that wall. Alright, I saw you turn green. There you go, right there. And I think we're far enough away. Let's see. Okay, we set up the first one, so now let's try the second one. I think we're in the clear. Now, some people try to build and launch more than one rocket on purpose. Alright, good. We've got a good spot. Now let's do the third one. See how it's got the plants inside of it in a clear tube? This looks like they stuck an engine and a nose cone on one of the where is that again? On one of these right here. Oh, are they aiming for me again? Well, usually they won't hit a platform. Alright, let's go to the I think we left off at the fourth one, didn't I? That's gonna start planting trees and bushes all over the place. Okay, now let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's where I left off. I don't know. What kind of a rocket is that? Insects. Okay, so they're gonna be putting bees all over the place. Alright, now we got the GPS. 1. So that our map system will start working. Now we want to do the GPS 2. There we go. So that our map system can zoom in and zoom out a little bit better, a little bit further. And then we want to do GPS 3. Gives us another advantage. Zoom in and zoom out a little bit better. Show you more information. We're launching satellites at this point. Alright, see, we didn't do this one yet, right? I can't really tell you, but the game doesn't really care. You can send up more than one if you want to. Okay, now once that one disappears out of sight, I should be able to push the M, like in Michael key, and be able to see all kinds of good information on the map. Okay, there you go. Of course, that's where we're at right now on the launch platform. And we have most of this area where we could build, but we'll probably have to build a platform that's taller that starts out taller than any of the rocks that could interfere. And so far it's not really showing me too much about resources. Showing me where the spaceship wrecks are, and it doesn't seem to be showing me. There it is. We have to zoom in some more. There it is. There's our base, and there is a starship wreck back there, but it's not showing it yet. Huh. Okay. Alright, what's next? We got the map information rocket. Okay. That will probably change the situation. So we can actually tell where resources are, where we might want to put a T3 ore extractor for certain resources. Of course, that's not important to me playing the option I am, but it would be important to you if he's playing a normal game. Alright, so now we want to do map information rocket T2. And now we can do the drone visualization, even though we haven't done anything with drones yet. Alright, so we got the drone out. Yeah, this one would be next, but see what you'd have to have? You'd have to be collecting generic traits. And that's something I haven't showed you about yet. See, it's got like a tube with fish in it, and somehow those fish turn into all kinds of things. It also spreads fish in the ponds and stuff, but a lot of the ponds will stay empty of fish. Okay, now this one's going to give us plants. You would think that you'd need to do this one first before you do the fish or the animals, but it doesn't seem to matter. And you can see it's got another tube, and it's got a piece of something growing in there with little flower buds or moss or something. Alright, what's next? Magnetic field protection. And we'll get that one off. It just has something that puts off a little spark. Looks like a big fluorescent tube. Okay, and then we got the T2 insect spreader. And this is really, really hard to do if you're playing a normal game until you get a whole lot of crafting done. And terraforming is pretty much finished. Now, if you want to do more rockets, you've got asteroid attraction rockets. That usually will bring down some uranium. So you probably do this one, I would say every 15 minutes to an hour. Yeah, somebody's beeping me. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but they're trying to get my attention. They probably want me to join and play with them. So was that a uranium there? Usually you can stand on your platforms or your domes or any other structure, and you will never get hit by one of these asteroids. Now that looks like uranium is coming down. It's being attracted. So a lot of times what happens is you launch this one about once every hour or so until you get enough uranium to do whatever you want to do. Plant rocket, you can do it again, but all that would do is try to speed up the process. Seed rocket, yeah, you do the same thing so you get more plants growing. And eventually you'll actually find flower plants growing in the wild. And once they start growing in the wild, you can actually pick them. And that's about the only way you could get more flower plants seeds. If you want more insects, you would launch another one of these, and it'd be basically spreading bees. You see more of them more often, more places. Now the GPS satellites, there doesn't seem to be any reason to launch them more than once. Same thing is true of map information. Drone visualization, yeah, once is fine. But the animal spreader rocket, it does make sense to launch this one more than once. Because that way, you'll have more animals that'll show up in more places. Okay, let's see what else we got. Another plant rocket, yeah, that makes sense. We can speed up the planting of flowers and trees. And insect, yep, that makes sense, because we'll get more butterflies and stuff. Well, anyway, those are the rockets you only need one of, and the rockets that you might want to do more than one of. Boy, they are beeping the tar out of me. They are really determined to get me to play with them, or they want to join my game, whichever. One of the two. Okay, there's really no reason for me to collect, but notice that we're getting a lot of super alloy. And like I said, the longer you don't collect from those, the better the stuff that's in there. Now, if I'm in the right spot, no, I don't think I am. But anyway, there's super alloy laying on the ground here. So if you want to, come to this spot, and there's another little, some people call it a secret spot. I don't know what's so secret about it. It's more like it's a hidden spot where you can find stuff. It's if I remember, it's a cave. It's not a shortcut. It's a locked-in cave. If I could find it. Oh, I went too far, didn't I? Yeah. Somehow I skipped it. I thought it was right there in the center. Right around this rock formation right here. Let's go up the hill a little bit. Now, when you can't go any taller, you have to use the space bar and hop your way up while you're holding down your W key. And usually once you get up tall enough, you can just keep going across until you reach an obstacle. And then you have to do the same thing again. Well, I'll be darned, I'm not finding that cave. Well, anyway, you can get some minor items out of there. I think there's osmium, there might be some sulfur in there, and I forget what all it is. Oh, here it is, here it is. We found it. And this is where you might want to drop something to kind of give you a clue. Oh, I didn't keep any, did I? No, I sure didn't. And I haven't made any flares yet. But anyway, it's pretty narrow. And as you can see, they've got some osmium in here. They've got some sulfur in here. But it's not a tunnel system or a shortcut. It's completely closed in. And on top of that, they will not let you put an ore extractor in here. Now we could drop this. I should be collecting those, shouldn't I? Boy, they are gonna keep beeping me. Somebody's desperate. They definitely want to get in on this game for some reason. Alright, so we would want to drop some osmium right about there. Now, of course, you have to get in the cloud before you'll see that. See there? It disappears on you. So you'd want to put another indicator out here somewhere so you can find that. Well, I'm not going to collect all this other stuff for now. There's some osmium we can use as a indicator. And it's is it this rock? Yeah, this rock right here. This rock is what you want to look for. And you want to drop some osmium or something that glows like we did before, so that you can kind of tell that that's how you get into the cave. Now I'll go ahead and collect another one. And I'll drop it. It's probably gonna. Where would it go to? Looks like it leans that way. Let's see. It's still rolling, isn't it? I wonder if it's going to disappear. Well, that's not too bad. I can probably see it from here, can I? Only if I'm flying. Okay, well, what do you think? Is that a pretty good show and tell for now? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rebuild my base out here. I'll have to clear out all of this stuff, like, you know, because it'll prevent me from building. And then I'm going to have to build pretty tall, way up. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to start here. And, well, let's go ahead and get rid of these since we've already launched these off. Let's go to our build option. And what I want to do is I want to go like this, edge to edge. Did we get it right? Yep, we got it right. And we might want to do that about 2 times. So I go all the way across. Oops, I'm under it. Come on, get on the outside. And I can't do my stairs. I'm pretty sure, see, it won't let me do the stairs. But I could do just next to the stairs. And of course I want to make sure I line up my, oh, what would you call those? Angle iron. Like that. Now I should be able to still launch rockets. I guess I should test that. And we'll launch off another one of these asteroid attraction rockets. We should get some more uranium to come down to the Earth and say hello. Okay, now if I go one more higher, see how the sky turned? We've got a bit of a storm coming. And as soon as the game decides the storm is over, it'll go ahead and start raining down some of those asteroids. Okay, you see what I'm doing? And maybe you understand why I'm doing it? So that I have a huge platform and I can build to my heart's content without worried about the game blocking me with rocks or something. And now I should be able to build over top the stairs, but I can still use the stairs. See there? Okay, so that's probably as high as I need to go. I could probably build a huge platform that goes all the way into the clouded area. Yeah, it looks like it's tall enough. I may not have to go any taller. Of course, if I want to go up the hill, because that is a big hill right there, that you can press the space bar and hop your way all the way up to the top. Alrighty, so what do you think? Now another reason why I like to do that is because I could just use it like stairs. Because whatever's underneath me determines how high I could fly. See there? That's as high as I could fly with the jetpack I have. I can't go any higher. Unless of course I have some more platforms, some more foundations that are higher. But this should be high enough. This should give me a monster platform. And then I think I'll actually deconstruct the base I've already got, and I'll build it in here. Now there is one disadvantage that's kind of serious. You see what it is? No water. There's no source of water. So there's no source of plankton. There will be no source of algae, and there's no source of drinking water. Like I showed you back here. I better show you this also before I end this. In fact, I didn't put one here, did I? No, I didn't. To mark the entrance. Let's put us a rescue shelter right here. Okay, that'll mark our entrance. Now we can go right through here. And you know where we're at, right? Everybody calls it Falling Sands Cave, but it's really not a cave, it's a tunnel system. Now you can put your drone station anywhere you want to, even here. And then you can put another drone station somewhere else. But can we start collecting algae? No, the game has decided that we haven't done enough yet. It has not unlocked the algae. Even though we're growing algae down there like you can see, and we're harvesting water over here, it's not accepting the fact that we can actually start collecting algae. And it might, we can't even, see that's flares, we could do flares, which would help us not get lost in different places. But in anywho, I want to put storage here, and I want to put the best one I can, which would be this. And I'll go ahead and put one over here too. And oops, I got it overhanging a little bit. I don't want it overhanging all that much. So I've got to go slightly forward. There we go. That looks much better. Now it's not going to let me collect algae, I don't think, but I'm going to go ahead and indicate that's what I want this here for. Because I haven't built the drone station yet. And yep, it doesn't show it yet. So I'll tell you what, let's put a drone station right here. Right here on the platform, which we could make bigger. And like I said before, a lot of people like to build over the water. And I want to square it up as best I can. It's not too bad. And then I want to come up here. I'm not going to make any T1 drones like I normally do. I'm going to make all T2. Now notice I've got nothing in my inventory, but it's letting me make them anyway. Remember, I'm in creative mode. Now if I want to do more than one at a time per click, I hold down the control key, and then it just lets me make it all I want until I stop clicking. But I don't want to make more than what the maximum storage capacity is. Right now I've got 13, and this, well, the maximum capacity is 5, 10, 50, 20, 25. And when I have 25, it'll show that I've got 25 right here until I make another drone station and I add 25 to that one. Now you don't have to stop at 25, but that's my habit. So we got 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now that I should not have any drones hanging out here. I should have them all in here in storage because I have not told them to do anything yet. And then when I look over here, it tells me I've got 25, but they're not doing anything. They're not doing any supply runs. They're not doing any demand runs. But let's see if by chance that opened up. Well, I'll be darned. Let's get out of this for a second. I don't see algae, like test tube looking things. But if we look here, we can see the fact that there's a whole lot of algae available to be collected. It also sees the algae makers, the two auto crafters. It sees the two storage, T2 storage lockers. So there is something I haven't done yet that has not opened up algae. I wonder what it is. Well, anyway, we want to collect algae in here. A-L-G-I-E. Oh, wait a minute. I'm giving you bad information, aren't I? Yeah, only the storage locker will show the possibility of collecting algae. So now we could demand algae. Yeah. The auto crafter can see it, but it cannot store it. It has to use it. That's what I was giving you bad information about. And see, the drones, the 25 drones I got are going crazy, picking up all that algae, because we've been making algae for a while now. And I want to leave everything on normal right now, except for two things. Later on, I'll increase their priority rate. Now, I also need one that says water. Oh man, I've been giving you guys bad information for quite a while now. All right, let's get another storage. And this one's going to be water. Now, we don't have to do this because the autocrafter will gather water on its own. But remember, anytime you're doing storage, you're normally doing a demand. So make sure that you're clicking here on demand. And we're going to demand water. The reason being is, what do we do with algae and water? What do we create with algae and water? Right there, bacteria sample. And that's the first thing that we can start crafting automatically and supplying to our trade rockets. So now we'll go here, even though we don't have any trade rockets up yet, and we'll put this down as supply. And what it's going to supply, of course, is bacteria samples. Now, again, I'm going to leave this on normal. And we'll do the same thing over here. And again, let me repeat, you don't have to collect water because we have water collectors already available. See right there? And they are within the range of the auto crafters. But just in case the auto crafter fills up, because right now it doesn't have anywhere to send off what it's... Oh, it's doing it to me again, isn't it? Yep, it sure is. There we go. That's aggravating as all get out. I wish they would fix that. Right there it is. So when the other one gets full, it'll start filling up this one. And this one, now that we have drones, we're going to demand water. But our water collectors are close enough to where the drones can probably ignore that. Huh. Oh, there's no water over here yet. Well, that's weird. That's telling me I don't have enough water collectors and I don't have enough algae generators yet. Are those actually too far away? Huh. It should be close enough to be able to collect its own water. But it's not making anything. So did all my drones go back? Yep, they sure did. Well, I've got it set right. The game must be thinking that the water's close enough for this to collect what it needs on its own. But it's not collecting what it needs on its own. Well, anyway, let's set this one up. We need to do bacteria samples. There we go. And we need to put that on supply. No, not algae. There we go, bacteria samples. Because eventually I want to start doing trade rockets. You know what? I'm going to do some more of these water collectors. They are collecting water, aren't they? Yeah. They've got water ready to be picked up. And that's something I usually have trouble. I'll tell you what, let's take this one down. Has it got water in it already? Yeah, it sure does. And let's put this much, much closer to the auto crafters. In fact, we'll just put it basically under the auto crafters. Oh, I have to be at the top of the water, otherwise it's not going to let me do it. So let's get up here on top of one of these algae makers. Okay, we landed on it, so we're good to go. And the auto crafter's right there. And that's as close as I get it. Now let's grab the other one. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't need to. I'll just craft another one. And let's get as close as we can so that we're directly under it. That one right there. There we go. Wait a minute, did I tell the drones to collect water? Oh, I didn't. This is a supply point for water. That's why the drones aren't collecting the water out of this. Alright, so now we should see some changes. I may have to go to those two I just put in and tell them to supply water. I'll just transfer that water over. See there, it got busy. Now how about this one? It got busy. But these are not collecting water all that fast. So I would need to put more than a few of them down there if I want to make this bacteria samples faster. Huh, it's hesitating already. Did it use up all that water already? Oh man, it sure did. Okay, so we know one problem is we have to tell the drones to take the water. If we don't tell them to take the water, nothing happens. Here we go. So we have to say this is a supply point for water. And then we gotta do the same thing over here. Can I get up on it? Didn't make it that time. There we go, we got it. So now we gotta say supply point for water. Now the drones will get busy and the autocrafter should not have any problems grabbing water. And my drone station is full. I don't need to do anything else. So you might want to consider not choosing a different place to construct your base if it doesn't have water nearby. Because right now my base is handicapped because it cannot collect water. So I have to do this way over here. And now the drones are going to have to transport that water and anything else that I make with the autocrafters. So, you know what I better do? I better go ahead and put me another base. In fact, let's just do an extension of this one out over the land, because it's up pretty tall. It's probably not tall enough for the biggest rocks, but I think we're far enough away to where we can still make this work. Alright, and then let's go down. Since I didn't have to unlock anything, I'm probably doing things out of sequence. Now, what I want to put in is I want to put in the trade rockets. Normally those don't open up for quite a while. You have to do a lot of improvs. But I think I'm too high. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just try it and see if it'll connect to it. See, I probably need to be back here somewhere. Alright, let's see. Let's get down here. We've got trade rockets. Right there. Trade space rocket. Will it attach? Oh, it will go this high. Nice. Of course, it kills my power. And since this particular space doesn't get used very often, we'll put in our power supply right here. Now I'm going to move it to the outside edge here. In fact, I could probably get two of them in here, couldn't I? Yep, I could probably get two of them in here. You can put these anywhere you want to in the game. It just doesn't matter. And then at some point, I'm going to want to use an optimizer for power. And then later I'm going to need an optimizer for the trade rockets themselves. So we'll put an optimizer right there. Now, it may not make any difference on how much power is being produced within its range until we get fuses for it. But the trade rockets are going to be one way that we can do that. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to say, okay, whenever you get full, automatically take off and come back. Now, what do we want you to trade? Well, before I do this out from memory, let me show you what. These are the things that I can currently trade, and they have a value. 8 Terra tokens, 8, 6, 6, 7, 13, 6, that's what I'm making right now, bacteria samples. And if I was making cookies, 9. But that's kind of hard to do first part of the game. Now, if I had Terra tokens to spend, right now I don't have any, I got a big fat goose egg, then I could start buying stuff. Pressure multipliers, heat multipliers, plant multipliers, oxygen multipliers. Now, you saw me put one of those in already because I had 3 fuses I picked up out of crates. Then we can start buying trees that have a high percentage. See, 3,500 Terra tokens is the cost, but it provides a boost of oxygen supply of 600%. So you might want to buy 2 or 3 of those when you can and put them out. In fact, if you bought a dozen of those and you still were not up to infinity oxygen, then you might want to buy another dozen and spread them around. But you need, of course, you need to have the tree spreaders. See, there's the first one. It's got to be near water. There's the second one. It could be on dry land. And the oxygen it'll produce is 1950 per second. And then you got this one that will do 8,500 oxygen per second. But it burns up 153 energy. But it adds to your plant biomass 1250 per second. Okay, so for now, these are the only things I can buy and sell. Or I should say, not buy, but sell. So what would happen was the drones would go find these items and they would fill them up if that was the only thing I have here. Like so. Demand. Rockets are just like storage. They demand. But I don't want to leave this on normal. I want to go down as far as I can and then back up one. There's only one thing that you put on the lowest possible setting. Or, because if you put something else on the lowest possible setting, it'll be in competition with the shredder. Ta-da! Play that music where ta-da! That's the only thing you want to put on the lowest possible setting. You want the rocket one higher, and you don't want anything else on one higher except maybe another trade rocket. So they won't be in competition with anything else like storage or crafting or whatnot. So what will happen was the drones should come over here and take this out of here. Yeah, I marked this supply. And if I go over here and mark it as demand, they'll start bringing this over and filling up the rocket. See there? They're getting busy. And as soon as this is full of either of these objects, it'll automatically launch. It'll sell the objects, it will return, and the credits will show up here in my invisible. Right now my current inventory value on the rocket is only 84 Terra tokens. Now this is your invisible wallet. This is one of the only places where you can check to see how much is in your wallet. So when you're in looting, pillaging crates, or any kind of storage device that you find, and it has Terra tokens in it, we're talking, vaults and whatnot, then you want to right click on the object instead of a left click like you would normally do to transfer it into inventory, because otherwise you're wasting your backpack inventory space with Terra token, and you don't need to. You'd right click on the Terra token and it'll transfer it into this Terra tokens available. This is your wallet, which is basically invisible in the game unless you come over here and you look at it. Okay, what do you think? Is that a pretty good demonstration? Boy, these guys are not producing very well or very fast, are they? So what are they running out of? Oh, they don't have enough water supply. They do seem to have enough algae supply, but not enough water supply. So you know what that means. I've got to get down here. Ah, come on, land on top. Ah, missed. Okay, we're on top of something. Let's try that again. Alright, there we go. So now while we're on top of this, we want to put in some more of these. And I'm going to put it about that far away. Then I'll do another one. About that far away. And now I want to focus on the water. Right there. Oh, come on, game. You should be knocking me off of there. Alright, so we'll put it kind of like in between. And I'm going to use the control key. So I can do this more than a few times right away. Of course, going closer to shore is often a good idea. Let's put another one. So now we have, see, there's what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those. Let's get on top of this thing. There we go. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 10, the one I'm standing on. Now, we should be collecting water fast enough now, even though we'll never see the lake get drained. That's something they didn't put into the game. We should see the water pick up. Now, it might take about a half an hour to an hour before that actually shows up as a major accomplishment, because our drones are not putting any in here yet. So I'll tell you what, we'll end the demonstration here. We're probably pushing 6 hours by now, aren't we? Yeah, I think we are pushing 6 hours. That's pretty long. That's pretty long. So I'm going to go ahead and end it here. But first I'll make this is likely 6 hours of demonstration. Okay, did I spell everything right? Yeah, I think I did. Okay, so at this point we would get out of this and we would hit the old escape key and we would save it. And we would say be well until next time. And just to give you a little heads up, we're going to try to do a part 2. And remember, when you do the regular game, you're going to have to trim your activities down to what unlocks. because it unlocks in a sequence that I did not follow when I did this demonstration, since I didn't have to. And I'm going to rebuild my base out there in my desert area